Hello, my lovelies. Oops, wrong overlay. Ah, my bad. Or wrong scene. Whoops. But hello, my lovelies. Hello. Welcome in. That was embarrassing. Let's pretend that didn't just happen. Let's pretend that didn't just happen. Like, quote unquote polished VTuber moment. Quote unquote polished VTuber moment. Also, I decided to decorate it up for the stream. I decided to make it, I guess, more immersive with the book theme and stuff like that. So as you guys can see on my right, on your guys' left, I got a little bit of a tweak in Greg Heffley, to fit the vibes, to fit the Menheta vibes. I can't believe I'm literally saying Menheta Greg Heffley. Diary of a Wimpy Kid. And then I also got this this iconic tweet of comparing Dork Diaries, because if you guys didn't know, I do Dork Diaries readings as well, but for today's stream I did want to kind of change it up, so I decided to read Diary of a Kid, just to because I read already Dork Diaries books 1 and 2, so I was just like, I feel like we should kind of do like a little bit of a rotation of books that we throwback books.
You're hot.
Series that we wanted to read.
I
Also,
love
thank you so much for the follow. You're so hot, Stacy. Thank you. But I was figuring, why don't we just do a rotation? So this time around, I decided to read book 1 of Diary of a Kid. Woohoo! So I included on the bottom right one of the most iconic tweets I've ever seen in recent times, of comparing Nikki's character versus Greg's character. And if you guys are familiar with the Diary of a Kid series, yes, you probably already can. you guys can probably already tell. Yeah, Greg is quite a character, if I do say so myself. So I'm really excited to get back into the series. This was definitely a more funnier, sarcastic type of series. If you guys already watched the movies, you guys already kind of get the gist of how great of a meme this kind of series is. Also, like, Jeff Kinney, if you're watching this, please make a Greg Heffley VTuber model. Please, it'll be like world changing. It'll like leave such a big impact. I swear to God, the VTuber community would never be the same. But I hope you guys are having a good evening so far. If you guys are just cuddling up, trying to listen to this to go to sleep, or if you guys are just listening to this casually,
you told me think about it. Well, I did.
But yeah, without further ado, I will get started pretty soon. So get cozy, y'all. Alright, and then as always, whenever there's illustrations, also hi Floby. As always, if there's when there's illustrations, I'll be showing the illustrations off at the bottom left corner. So be on the lookout for that. But of course, it's not if you guys don't want to see the illustrations or just want to listen to this, that's totally fine too. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, without further ado, let's just get started. Let me drink some water first beforehand, if you guys don't mind. Also, yes, hello, Floby. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by again. Nice seeing you again. Alright. September, Tuesday. First of all, let me get something straight. This is a journal, not a diary. I know what it says on the cover, but when Mom went out to buy this thing, I specifically told her to get one that didn't say diary on it. Great. All I need is for some jerk to catch me carrying this book around and get the wrong idea. The other thing I want to clear up right away is that this was Mom's idea, not mine. But if she thinks I'm going to write my feelings in here or whatever, she's crazy. So just don't expect me to be all Dear Diary this and Dear Diary that. The only reason I agreed to do this at all is because I figure later on, when I'm rich and famous, I'll have better things to do than answer people's stupid questions all day long, so this book is going to come in handy. Gregory, tell us about your childhood. Were you always so smart and handsome? Here's my journal. Now, shoo. Like I said, I'll be famous one day, but for now, I'm stuck in middle school with a bunch of morons. Let me just say for the record that I think middle school is the dumbest idea ever invented. You got kids like me who haven't hit their growth spurt yet, mixed in with these gorillas who need to shave twice a day. And then they wonder why bullying is such a big problem in middle school. Oh my goodness, I totally fumbled my words there. I apologize. If it was up to me, grade levels would be based on height, not age. But then again, I guess that would mean kids like Chirag Gupta would still be in the first grade. And look at Chirag Gupta, he's so tiny. He's like the same size as his desk. Greg is so fucked up for that. Today is the first day of school, and right now we're just waiting around for the teacher to hurry up and finish the seating chart. So I figured I might as well write in this book to pass the time. By the way, let me give you some good advice. On the first day of school, you've got to be real careful where you sit. You walk into the classroom and just plunk your stuff down on any old desk, and the next thing you know, the teacher is saying, I hope you all like where you're sitting because these are your permanent seats. Gah! So in this class, I got stuck with Chris Hosey in front of me and Lionel James in the back of me. Jason Brill came in late and almost sat to my right, but luckily I stopped that from happening. Is this seat taken? Yes, yes. Next period, I should just sit in the middle of a bunch of hot girls as soon as I step into the room. But I guess if I do that, it just proves I didn't learn anything from last year. Greg, will you please pass this note to Shelley? Why, certainly. And in the note it says, Greg is a dork. Man, I don't know what is up with girls these days. It used to be a whole lot simpler back in elementary school. The deal was, if you were the fastest runner in your class, you got all the girls. And in the 5th grade, the fastest runner was Ronnie McCoy. Nowadays, it's a whole lot more complicated. Now it's about the kind of clothes you wear, or how rich you are, or if you have a cute butt or whatever. I know you gotta have a cute butt if you want to get any love from me. You gotta have a cute butt to get any love from me. That's all I gotta say. And kids like Ronnie McCoy are scratching their heads, wondering what the heck happened. The most popular boy in my grade is Bryce Anderson. The thing that really stinks is that I have always been into girls, but kids like Bryce have only come around in the last couple of years. I remember how Bryce used to act in elementary school. Girls are stinky poos. Yeah, I don't think girls are stinky poos, says Greg. But of course, now I don't get any credit for sticking with the girls all this time. Like I said, Bryce is the most popular kid in our grade, so that leaves all the rest of us guys scrambling for the other spots. The best I can figure is that I'm somewhere around 52nd or 53rd most popular this year. But the good news is that I'm about to move up one spot because Charlie Davies is above me and he's getting his braces next week. Greg for real like me, right? Oh my god. Like, he's like the hashtag relatable type of guy for real. Like, I don't know, Greg is literally Greg ran so like us menaces could run or Greg walked so us menaces could run, you know. I tried to explain all this popularity stuff to my friend Rowley, who is probably hovering around the 150 mark, by the way, but I think it just goes in one ear and out the other with him. Wednesday. Today, we had physical ed, so the first thing I did when I got outside was sneak off the basketball court to see if the cheese was still there, and sure enough, it was. That piece of cheese has been sitting on the blacktop since last spring. I guess it must have dropped out of someone's sandwich or something. After a couple days, the cheese started getting all moldy and nasty. Nobody would play basketball on the court where the cheese was, even though that was the only court that had a hoop with a net. Then, one day, this kid named Darren Walsh, who touched the cheese with his finger, or touch the cheese with his finger. And that's what started this thing called the cheese touch. It's basically like cooties. If you get the cheese touch, you're stuck with it until you pass it on to someone else. Oh my goodness, that kind of reminds me. I don't know. So when this book was out in the 2000s when I was in school, that actually was a thing in my school. Like it was like a huge phenomenon. I don't know if it was the same for your guys' schools, but like when Diary Wimpy Kid was like literally at its peak in the 2000s, like yeah, the cheese touch actually was a phenomenon at my school. Like we like had to do like the same thing where like someone has it and the only way to protect yourself is basically to cross your fingers so that no one can touch you, so you're immune to the cheese touch. And, like people are passing around in class and recess, etc., etc. Crazy time. I feel like there's nothing really like that anymore. Like games like that anymore for kids. Like all the games they got is fucking Roblox. Okay, let me stop getting on kids for like playing Roblox because I play Roblox too, but the only way to protect yourself from the cheese touch is to cross your fingers. But it's not that easy remembering to keep your fingers crossed at every moment of the day. I ended up taping mine together so they'd stay crossed all the time. Jesus. Okay, well, that's a little extreme. How is Greg even writing right now if his fingers are literally crossed all the time? Like, hello? I got a D in handwriting, but it was totally worth it. The funny part is, or like the most ironic part about that is, Greg's handwriting is honestly so nice in comparison to like most like boys' like handwriting that I've like read throughout my entire life, like throughout elementary school to high school. Like there's so many like guys' handwritings I know that are like really bad. I mean, I guess handwriting like appearance wise doesn't really matter. Like as long as it's like I guess as long as it's legible. Actually no, like most guys I know, like their handwriting isn't really that legible. Like we gotta like, we gotta like decrypt that shit. Like I swear to God, sometimes like reading hieroglyphs at some time, like at some points. But I guess it doesn't really matter as long as you know what you're writing. You know what I mean? As long as it's legible, like handwriting really doesn't really matter that much. It's the contents that it's about that matters, right? This one kid named Abe Hall got the cheese touch in April, and nobody would even come near him for the rest of the year. This summer, Abe moved away to California and took the cheese touch with him. I just hope someone doesn't start the cheese touch up again, because I don't need that kind of stress in my life anymore. Thursday. I'm having a seriously hard time getting used to the fact that summer is over and I have to get out of bed every morning to go to school. My summer did not exactly get off to a great start, thanks to my older brother Roderick. That king. A couple of days into summer vacation, Roderick woke me up in the middle of the night. He told me I slept through the whole summer, but that luckily I woke up just in time for the first day of school. And then he says, shoot, all like groggy, and Roderick's just sitting there, smiling like a smug dumbass. You might think I was pretty dumb for falling for that one, but Roderick was dressed up in his school clothes and he set my alarm clock ahead to make it look like it was the morning. Plus, he closed my curtain so I couldn't see that it was still dark out. After Roderick woke me up, I just got dressed and went downstairs to make myself some breakfast, like I do every morning on a school day. But I guess I must have made a pretty big racket because the next thing I knew, Dad was downstairs yelling at me for eating Cheerios at 3 in the morning. It took me a minute to figure out what the heck was going on. After I did, I told Dad that Roderick had played a trick on me and he was the one that should be getting yelled at. Dad walked down to the basement to chew Roderick out, and I tagged along. I couldn't wait to see Roderick get what was coming to him. But Roderick covered up his tracks pretty good. To this day, I'm sure Dad thinks I've got a screw loose or something. Friday. Today at school, we got assigned to reading groups. They don't come right out and tell you if you're in the gifted group or the easy group, but you can figure it out right away by looking at the covers of the books they hand out. And then one of the books is Einstein as a child, and then the other book says Binks as Spoon. guys, like I didn't get put into like I want to say like more. I don't want to say it's like because like when I was in elementary school and like middle school, I was never like well up until like my 8th grade, I was never in any like gifted or like accelerated classes. Like it wasn't until 8th grade I was finally put in like my teacher like recommended me to be put in like accelerated reading. And then like from then on, like going on to high school, I was like in like honors and stuff like that and like AP. But like back like in elementary school and like in middle school, yeah, like I don't know, like I was like a pretty average kid. Like I would say like I honestly yeah, wasn't that smart. I feel like my brain didn't actually develop and advance until like I was legit like in like I want to say like ninth ninth grade or 10th grade. Like I feel like I like I feel like I was honestly a pretty dumb kid. My mom said I'm special. I'm sure you're special in your own way, Floby. In a good way. In a good way, right? In a good way. Nikki or Greg? Well, as a dork diary stan, I'm sorry, I gotta go with Nikki. Again, like look at the tweet on the bottom right. Like who wants to hit the second tower and then who is just like trying to write about their crush on a guy. But I rest my case. I rest my case. But hi, Tenji, nice seeing you again. Drake, help. I was pretty disappointed to find out I got put in the gifted group because that just means a lot of extra work. For me, I used to always envy like the kids that were like in like gate and like the gifted classes and stuff like that back in elementary school because they always got excused in the middle of the class. They went out in their little group of like 5 or 6 to a special like class. And apparently, from what I've heard of my friends that were actually in gate and like gifted classes, they literally did nothing in those classes too. Like from what I heard. I was literally like, what the fuck? Like, I used to like be so jealous back in the day. I used to think they were so cool for being smarter than everyone else. Like, but like as I like grew up like in middle school and like high school, like actually growing up with them, honestly, they don't get fooled, guys. They're just as lazy as the rest of us. When they did the screening at the end of last year, I did my best to make sure I got put in the easy group this year. Fred picked up the ba ba b the book. Woo! Thanks. Mom is real tight with our principal, so I'll bet she stepped in and made sure I got put in the gifted group again. Mom is always saying I'm a smart kid, but that I just don't apply myself. But if there's one thing I learned from Roderick, it's to set people's expectations real low so you end up surprising them by practically doing nothing at all. And then their dad and Roderick. Roderick, I want your dirty underwear off the kitchen table before I get home from work. Roderick grunt. Later, and Dad just happy that he got the underwear off like he asked. Low effort, like low maintenance for real. Actually, I'm kind of glad my plan to get put in the easy group didn't work. I saw a couple kids of I saw a couple of the Bink Says Boo kids holding their books upside down, and I don't think they were joking. Saturday. Well, the first week of school is finally over, so today I slept in. Most kids wake up early on Saturday to watch cartoons or whatever, but not me. The only reason I get out of bed at all on weekends is because eventually I can't stand the taste of my own breath anymore. When the gifted group left to learn, I acted like I'm a part of it. Once I was outside of the room, I secretly split myself from the group and leave the school to get snacks. Oh my goodness, you like literally just ditch? What the heck? How do you act like you're part of the gifted group though? Because at least like for my elementary school, whenever like the gifted like kids would go out of their classroom, they have to like get excused like in the middle of the class by the teacher. And like they all have like their little passes and stuff. So unfortunately, I couldn't do the same thing. Act smart, duh. I mean, I don't think that'll apply with the teacher if they already know how smart you actually are. Gotta go to the bathroom? Oh, I see. I mean, yeah, I guess that's so. Wouldn't your teacher get you in trouble though? I know that like at least my teachers, they were so strict on like bathroom stuff because of the fact they didn't want kids ditching. So they always like had like the kids like go like on a certain amount of time in the bathroom only. Which kind of sucks because like if you have to go number two, like you can't really control
They're
like how
coming,
long you
and so
go.
am I.
Oh my god, Yanni, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, thank you. Hi, Ray, how are you? I hope your stream went well. And hello, Raiders. My name is NEIRU Nakayama. I'm a Y2K inspired gyaru VTuber. And right now we are reading some Diary of a Wimpy Kid. We are reading the very first book. Let me give you a shout out. And I know you guys just came from stream, and Yanni, thank you so much for being your community over here again, my boo bear. If you guys are tired from stream, that is a-okay. Or if you guys have other priorities you guys gotta tend to, that is okay. You guys aren't held hostage here. But if you guys just want some background noise, if you guys want to listen to something to make you guys fall asleep, or if you just want to stay in for the ride for the chaoticness, which is Diary of a Wimpy Kid, I really appreciate if you stayed. Hold on. All of a sudden cannot type, but there you go. Alright, let's continue. Right. Unfortunately, Dad wakes up at 6 in the morning no matter what day of the week it is, and he is not real considerate of the fact that I'm trying to enjoy
You're
my
hot.
Saturday like a normal person.
I
Thank you
love
so much
you.
for the follow your sound, Cece. Thank you. I'm so sorry. I'm like fumbling over my words. Hold on. Let me take a real quick sip of water real quick, guys. I didn't have anything to do today, so I just headed up to Rowley's house. But speaking of, did any one of your guys? Well, I'm pretty sure I feel like that's all parents, right? Like at least like my parents do. They also always wake up at like 5 or 6 in the morning, and it doesn't matter what they do in the morning. They'd be vacuuming, they'd be like playing music, like the radio, like super loud, cooking and like making like banging all these pots and pans. But I feel like when I wake up early, or like I'm just like doing whatever I am, and then like like if I even like so much as to like try to microwave something, I'm like my parents are always or my parents used to be always on my ass. Like what the heck, dude? Rowley is technically my best friend, but that is definitely subject to change. I've been avoiding Rowley since the first day of school when he did something that really annoyed me. We were getting our stuff from our lockers at the end of the day, and Rowley came up to me and said, "Want to come over to my house and play?" I have told Rowley at least a billion times that now that we're in middle school, you're supposed to say hang out, not play. But no matter how many noogies I give him, he always forgets the next time. Dude, no, I respectfully disagree. Like us as adults, like I'm sick of just hanging out. I'm sick of going somewhere. Like, why are we like, you know what's fun? Playing. Like, bitch, let's go play. Like, get on your fucking bike. Let's go play some tag right now. Let's go play. Let's go play some cops and robbers right now, bitch. Like, I would honestly prefer that than me continuously spending like how much money just getting food out to eat every single time and catching up. Like, let's spice it up a little bit, you know? Like, I don't know if anyone else relates. I've been trying to be a lot more careful about my image ever since I got to middle school, but having Rowley around is definitely not helping. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I don't know if anyone else kind of feels the same, but like, honestly, I kind of hate people like Greg for real. Like in in like the sense of him just kind of like caring a lot about his image and like kind of like I don't know, like making it like the epitome of like his existence. I mean, I know he's a kid, you know, he's a middle schooler, but like I've known people like I know people that still like care so much about their image and like you know how they present and like you know like how they rank socially to this day. Like I know like so many people that are like social climbers, and I don't know, I always found like people that are like social climbers and stuff like that. I mean, I kind of mentioned it on my debut on my dislikes list, but yeah, I feel like people that like prioritize their social image and like how like they are socially, like I feel like they're always the worst kinds of people. Also the most kinds of boring types of people because they only care about their presentation. They don't care about the actual depth of their personality. And it's like And they're usually just the most superficial people, in my opinion. And yeah, just from my experiences, yeah, I just hate people like that. It's just so annoying to deal with. I've dealt with like so many people like Greg, in terms of people that like care way too much and center way too much about their social image throughout my life, like so many different times, and it's always been a pain in my ass every single time. Like, I don't know, it's like really that like broke me from a lot of friends back in the day. So yeah, I'm honestly like, it's honestly so much better not having people like that, in your life, especially like if you're in the place of rally. Like, there's sometimes like I felt like that were like my best friends, kind of, or like some of my ex friends would like act like Greg, and like I was like the rally of the relationship. Like, bro, I'm just trying to go play. Like, why you give so much of a fuck? I met Raleigh a few years ago when he moved into my neighborhood. His mom bought him this book called How to Make Friends in New Places, and he came to my house trying all these dumb gimmicks. Knock knock. Huh? Thermos. Excuse me? There must be some way to tickle your funny bone. Say what? I guess I kind of felt sorry for Rowley, and I decided to take him under my wing. It's been great having him around, mostly because I get to use all the tricks Roderick pulls on me. Then, did you know that if your hand is bigger than your face, it's a sign of low intelligence? Really? Huh, gotcha. Crap. But do I have low intelligence? Let me check again. You're hot. Okay. Thank you so much for the follow. You're hot and sexy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Dude, I actually did that like well, I was kind of like a dumb little kid. In elementary school, I actually did like that same trick to a girl. And she got mad at me for chasing me around, and I was just laughing like me and my best friend were laughing so hard after I did that to like this girl in our class. It was like fucked up with me, I admit. It's okay, guys. I swear I won't do that. I don't do that to anyone around me. Possibly. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Monday. You know how I said I play all sorts of pranks on Rowley? Well, I have a little brother named Manny, and I could never get away with pulling any of that stuff on him. Mom and Dad protect Manny like he's a prince or something, and he never gets in trouble, even if he really deserves it. Yesterday, Manny drew a self portrait on my bedroom door in permanent marker. I thought Mom and Dad were really going to let him have it, but as usual, I was wrong. Dude, I hate parents like Greg's parents, where it's just like, well, actually, you know what? I can't even say anything because I personally feel like I'm the Manny in my family. because I'm the youngest, and like probably my brother relates more to Greg because he's the middle kid. And I felt like I was always kind of a little shit, and my parents did always like come like protect, but like were extra defensive of me. It's not just because I was like the youngest though, it's also because I was like also the only girl, so it kind of makes sense. But the thing that bugs me most about Manny is the nickname he has for me. When he was a baby, he couldn't pronounce brother, so he started calling me Bubby. And he still calls me that now, even though I keep trying to get Mom and Dad to make him stop. Luckily, none of my friends have found out yet, but believe me, I have had some really close calls. And then on his birthday party, it says, "Hey, this one says it's to Bubby." Must be a mistake, Greg says as he tosses the present in the trash. He like this is what I'm saying, y'all. Like Greg is literally the number one fucking biggest menace on earth. Mom makes me help Manny get ready for school in the morning. After I make Manny his breakfast, he carries his cereal bowl into the family room and sits on his plastic potty. And then it's just a little illustration of him watching the TV. C is for Cookie and Cookie is for me. Ha! And when it's time for him to go to daycare, he gets up and dumps whatever he didn't eat right in the toilet. Mom is always getting on me about not finishing my breakfast, but if she had to scrape cornflakes out of the bottom of a plastic potty every morning, she wouldn't have much of an appetite either. Tuesday. I don't know if I mentioned this before, but I am super good at video games. I'll bet I could beat anyone in my grade, head to head. Unfortunately, Dad does not exactly appreciate my skills. He's always getting on me about going out and doing something active. So tonight after dinner, when Dad started hassling me about going outside, I tried to explain how with video games you can play sports like football and soccer, which is true. Like, okay, FIFA and Madden, and you don't even get all hot and sweaty. But as usual, Dad didn't see my logic. Dad is a pretty smart guy in general, but when it comes to common sense, sometimes I wonder about him. I'm sure Dad would dismantle my game system if he could figure out how to do it. But luckily, the people who make these things make them parent group proof. Then his dad struggling and saying, "Dag, nab these fancy gadgets." Every time Dad kicks me out the house to do something sporty, I just go up to rallies and play my video games there. Unfortunately, the only games I can play at rallies are car racing games and stuff like that. Because whenever I bring a game up to Rowley's house, his dad looks it up on some parents' website. Oh my god, I would have hated that as a kid. And if my game has any kind of fighting or violence in it, he won't let us play. I'm getting a little sick of playing Formula 1 racing with Rowley because he's not a serious gamer like me. Wow, serious gamer alert. All that you have to do is beat Rowley. All that you have to do to beat Rowley is name your car something ridiculous at the beginning of the game. And then when you pass Rowley's car, he just falls to pieces. And then it's just a little illustration. Rowley dying laughing because Greg named his car Bad Fart. Anyway, oh my god, speaking of bad fart, y'all, today it was so diabolical for me. My stomach was not having it. It's because, guys, I don't know what it was, but I was eating what did I eat today? I ate like a cheese tonkatsu and I had a combination. I was also drinking like this matcha latte. It was a diabolical combo, y'all. It was not good for my stomach. Like my stomach is still low-key kind of going through it right now. But hopefully thankfully you guys don't gotta fall victim to it because y'all are not in like the actual proximity around me. So your guys' air qualities are safe. Teehee. Hashtag cute anime girl things, am I right? Hashtag cute VTuber things. Anyway, after I got done mopping the floor with Rowley today, I headed home. I ran through the neighbor's sprinkler a couple times to make it look like I was all sweaty, and that seemed to do the trick for Dad. Thank you so much for following. You're so hot and sexy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But my trick kind of backfired because as soon as Mom saw me, she made me go upstairs and take a shower. Wednesday. I guess Dad must have been pretty happy with himself for making me go outside yesterday because he did it again today. It's getting really annoying to have to go up to rallies every time I want to play a video game. There's this weird kid named Fregley who lives halfway between my house and Rowley's, and Fregley is always hanging out in his front yard, so it's pretty hard to avoid him. And then Fregley says to Greg, "Want to see my secret freckle?" Greg, no thanks. Fregley's in my phys ed class at school. Oh my goodness, that is a really big raid! Magic Sorry, thank you for the raid! And hello, readers, hello! My name is NAKAYAMA. I'm a Y2K inspired gyaru VTuber. And right now we are reading some Diary of a Wicked. Oh my god, no, I'm bald for this. Oh my god, me and Greg are low-key twinning. Look at this. But thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for bringing your community over here, Sora, if you don't mind me calling that, unless you prefer magic. But if you guys are tired from stream because you guys just came from stream, or if you guys have other priorities you guys gotta tend to, that is a-okay, feel free to do so. But if you guys just want to have some background noise, or if you guys are just genuinely interested in listening to how the first book and the story of Diary of a Kid kind of plays out, I'd really appreciate if you guys stayed. Sora, okay, I'll let for to you, Sora. Let me give you a follow, bestie. I hope you guys had fun on stream. What did y'all do? me give you a shout out before I forget. Mm-mm-mm. Right now, it's honestly, we haven't gotten too far into the story. It's basically just starting out. Greg's writing in his diary. It's basically kind of like we got introduced to Raleigh already, and we're just kind of reading about we actually just met Fregley in the book. So if you guys have ever watched the movies or read the series, you guys are probably familiar with it. But he didn't go into any main plot kind of stuff yet. The first thing I locked in was that funny little guy standing up to the side there, right? This is like one of my favorite variations of Greg Heffley. It's Manhattan Greg Heffley. And again, like y'all, like if Jeff Kinney ever sees this, I just need Jeff Kinney to know, the creator of Diary of a Kid, like, yo, if Greg Heffley ever became a VTuber, like literally the VTuber community would never be the same. Like the VTuber industry would literally change. Like Greg Heffley as a VTuber, he would like move out of the way, Gargura, move out of the way, Doki Bird, like this guy would literally be the number one VTuber on the market. Mark my words, dude. Fregley is in my phys ed class at school, and he has this whole made up language. Like when he needs to use the bathroom, he says, juice, juice. Us kids have pretty much figured Fregley out by now, but I don't think the teachers have really caught on yet. Today, I probably would have gone up to rallies on my own anyway, because my brother Roderick and his band are practicing down in the basement. Roderick's band is really awful, and I can't stand being home when they're having rehearsals. His band is called Loaded Diaper, only it's spelled Loaded Diaper wrong on Roderick's band. You might think he spelled it that way to make it look cooler, but I bet you if you told Roderick how Loaded Diaper is really spelled, it would be news to him. Then, yeah, that's literally what. And he had to make the O all like fancy. I think that's like the German like version of O, right? the two little dots. Dad was against the idea of Roderick starting a band, but Mom was all for it. She's the one who bought Roderick his first drum set. I think Mom has this idea that we're all going to learn to play instruments and then become one of those family bands like you see on TV. Kind of reminds me, I don't know if anyone here has ever watched Good Luck Charlie. That reminds me, like, there was literally an episode about that type of thing, about like starting a family band. I think in Good Luck Charlie, I remember so that like, and the mom was like going all crazy about it. Yeah, Amy Duncan was low-key an icon back in the day. Dad really hates heavy metal, and that's the kind of music Roderick and his band play. I don't think Mom really cares what Roderick plays or listens to, because to her, all music is the same. Thank you so much for the following. You're so hot and sexy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. In fact, earlier today, Roderick was listening to one of his CDs in the family room. Mom came in and started dancing. Now, I wonder what kind of heavy metal Roderick likes listening to the most. Do you guys have any favorite heavy metal groups? For me personally, let me see. I gotta think now.
You're hot. I love you.
Let me. Oh my goodness, we reached our follower, girl! Yes! Woohoo! We're 10 followers away from 1,000 followers, guys! I'm literally shaking in my boots right now, trembling, actually. Like, that makes me so excited. Hopefully, if we reach this stream, guys, I swear to God, I'm gonna do a backflip. Like, I swear to you, I'm gonna do a fucking backflip. Like, mark my fucking words, y'all. I'm literally gonna pull a speed and do a backflip on stream.
You're hot.
I guess
I
my
love
favorite. Thank you so much for the follow. You're so hot and sexy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I guess my favorite, my two favorite heavy metal bands would probably be Slipknot and System of a Down. I feel like Roderick would probably be a System of a Down listener. Probably. he just seems like the type. That really bugged Roderick, so he drove off to the store and came back 15 minutes later with some headphones, and that pretty much took care of the problem. Thank you
I
so
love
much
you.
for the follow. You're so hot and sexy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Thank you guys so much for the follows. I'm literally so excited. Like, oh my god, that's actually, it'd be so funny. Imagine, guys, if I reached 1,000 followers on the stream. I'm literally the most unserious stream ever. Like, baby, I'm literally reading Diary of a Wimpy Kid. Narrating as Greg Heffley, and then I've reached 1,000 followers because of it. Loki, that
You're
would be so
hot.
iconic. That'd be so iconic.
I love you.
Thank you so much for the follow. You're so hot and sexy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thursday. Yesterday, Roderick got a new heavy metal CD, and it had one of those parental warning stickers on it. I have never gotten to listen
You're
to
hot.
one of those parental
I
warning
love you.
CDs. I mean, when you put it that way, right? Like, that would be so iconic, right? I have never gotten to listen to one of those parental warning CDs because mom and dad never let me buy them at the mall. So, I realized the only way I was going to get a chance to listen to Roderick's CD was if I snuck it out of the house. This morning, after Roderick left, I called up Rowley and told him to bring his CD player to school. Then I went down to Roderick's room and took the CD off his rack. You're not allowed to bring personal music players to school, so we had to wait to use it until after lunch when the teachers let us outside. As soon as we got the chance, me and Rowley snuck around the back of the school and loaded up Roderick's CD. But Rowley forgot to put batteries in his CD player, so it was pretty much worthless. Then I came up with this great idea for a game. The object was to put the headphones on your head and then try to shake them off without using your hands. The winner was whoever could shake the headphones off in the shortest amount of time. I had the record with 7.5 seconds, but I think I might have shook some of my feelings loose with that one. Right in the middle of our game, Mrs. Craig came around the corner and caught us red-handed. She took the music player away from me and started chewing us out. Did you guys ever have like anything like banned from your guys' like middle schools, elementary schools? Like, because for me in middle school, like we were like banned from using our phones like at all. Like even like on breaks, like lunch breaks. So like me and my friends always had to be sneaky about it if we ever like, because you guys already know, you like if you know, you know, like eating a meal, you can't do it without like watching like some sort of media like on YouTube, Netflix, whatever, you know. It's like low-key unbearable, like eating my food raw. Like what the hell, like I gotta have some entertainment, you know what I mean? So like whenever like me and like my friend, like I would always like stuff my phone into like my pencil case, and we would just it'll look like we're just looking like for some pencils or something like that, when in actuality we were watching like a show from my phone in my pencil case. Or I would just like we would just hide it like behind our binders, like we had like really thick binders, and so you just like balance it on that and like put it like kind of like slide our binders together and like kind of like group together, like be like side by side, so that the teachers can't see that we're also watching it like right in front of us too. Lychee jelly cups got banned at my school. That's such a specific object. Oh my goodness. They became black market currency. Lychee jelly cups specifically? That is so specific. Like, why? Card games like Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, and Magic got banned because some kids gamble on a card game, like poker cards not training cards. Oh, I see. Oh, dude, that's like, I actually like, I feel like in elementary school, like, I guess nothing like that, like, was like, I think, let me think. Yeah, it was pretty much like, for elementary school, I think silly bands were actually banned. Silly bands and like, you know, the bracelets that said I heart boobies, even though it's literally breast cancer awareness. Because I guess like some kids are just wearing I heart boobies just to be, you know, vulgar back in elementary school, and I guess the teachers just didn't like that, so they banned those bracelets at our schools too. Next page. But I think she had the wrong idea about what we were doing back there. She started telling us how rock and roll is evil and how it's going to ruin our brains. The most ironic part about that is like most rock and roll bands are honestly some of the most chill and nicest people you'll ever meet. Same with like people that like heavy metal and like rock and roll like fans. Like they look hardcore, but they're like most like Like, I want to say like 99% of them are like some of the nicest, like most chill people you will ever meet, for real. By today's standards, yeah, right, exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, that was the worst back in the day. I was going to tell her that there weren't even any batteries in the CD player, but I could tell she didn't want to be interrupted. So I just waited until she was done, and then I said, "Yes, ma'am." But right when Mrs. Craig was about to let us go, Rowley started blubbering about how he doesn't want rock and roll to ruin his brains. Honestly, sometimes I don't know about that boy. Friday. Well, now I've gone and done it. Last night, after everyone was in bed, I snuck downstairs to listen to Roderick's CD on the stereo in the family room. I put Roderick's new headphones on and cranked up the volume really high. Then I hit play. First, let me just say I can definitely understand why they put that parental warning sticker on the CD. But I only got to hear about 30 seconds of the first song before I got interrupted. It turns out I didn't have the headphones plugged into the stereo, so the music was actually coming through the speakers and not the headphones. Dad marched up to my room and shut the door behind him, and then he said, "Let's you and me have a talk, friend." I would literally be shitting my pants if I was Greg. Oh my god, that's so scary. Whenever Dad says friend that way, you know you're in trouble. The first time Dad ever said friend like that to me, I didn't get that he was being
You're hot.
sarcastic, so I kind of
I
let my
love
guard
you.
down. "Thank you so much for the follow. Your sound is sexy. Thank you. And then he's the little illustration of little Greg. He hit the baseball into the window, and then he was like, "Friend equals good," with a smiley face. He's so baby there. I don't make that mistake anymore. Tonight, Dad yelled at me for about 10 minutes, and then I guess he decided he'd rather be in bed than standing in my room in his underwear. He told me I was grounded from playing video games for 2 weeks, which is about what I had expected. Guess I should be glad that's all he did. Good thing about Dad is that when he gets mad, he cools off real quick, and then it's over. Usually, if you mess up in front of Dad, he just throws whatever he's got in his hands at you. And then the illustration, good time to screw up, and he has a newspaper in his hand, and then bad time to screw up, and then he has a brick in his hand. Mom has a totally different style when it comes to punishment. If you mess up and Mom catches you, the first thing she does is to take a few days to figure out what your punishment should be. And while you're waiting, you do all these nice things to try to get off easier. "I just dusted the dining room for the heck of it," says Greg. "How thoughtful of you." But then after a few days, right when you forget you're in trouble, that's when she lays down on you. "Are you having fun?" "Yeah. Well, no video games for a week." Yeah, that would be my 13th reason for real. Monday. This video game ban is a whole lot tougher than I thought it would be. But at least I'm not the only one in the family who's in trouble. Roderick's in some hot water with Mom right now, too. Manly got a hold of one of Roderick's heavy metal magazines, and one of the pages had a picture of a woman in a bikini lying across the hood of a car. Then, Manny brought it into daycare for show and tell. Anyway, I don't think Mom was too happy about getting that phone call. I saw the magazine myself, and it honestly wasn't anything to get worked up over, but Mom doesn't allow that kind of stuff in the house. Roderick's punishment was that he had to answer a bunch of questions Mom wrote out for him. Did owning this magazine make you a better person? No. Did it make you more popular at school? No. How do you feel about having owned this type of magazine? I feel ashamed. Do you have anything you want to say to women for having owned this offensive magazine? I'm sorry, woman. So unserious. Wednesday. I'm still grounded from playing video games, so Manny has been using my system. Mom went out and bought a whole bunch of educational video games, and and watching Nanny play them is like torture. What number comes after 2 and rhymes with tree? And then Greg is in the back yelling, 3, 3. The good news is that I finally figured out how to get some of my games past Rowley's dad. I just put one of my discs in Nanny's discovering the alphabet case, and that's all it takes. Honestly, that's pretty smart. For real. Thursday. At school today, they announced that student government elections are coming up. To be honest with you, I never had any interest in student government, but when I started thinking about it, I realized that getting elected treasurer could totally change my situation at school. We cheerleaders are tired of riding to games in the same bus as the nerds in the band. Let me see what I can do. And then it's a whole limousine. And even better, we jocks just need an air pump to inflate our only football. Yeah, sorry, can't help you with that. Greg is such an asshole. Oh my god. Nobody ever thinks about running for treasurer because all anyone ever cares about are the big ticket positions like president and vice president. So I figure if I sign up tomorrow, the treasurer job is pretty much mine for the taking. Friday. Today, I went and put my name on the list to run for treasurer. Fortunately, this kid named Marty Porter is running for treasurer too, and he's real brainy at math. So this might not be as easy as I thought. I told Dad that I was running for student government, and he seemed pretty excited. It turns out he ran for student government when he was my age, and he actually won. Dad dug through some old boxes in the basement and found one of his campaign posters. And the poster just says, Integrity, honesty, know-how, vote Frank Heffley for secretary. I thought the poster was pretty good, so I asked Dad to drive me to the store to get some supplies. I loaded up on the poster board and some markers, and I spent the rest of the night making all my campaign stuff. So let's just hope these posters work. Monday. I brought my posters into school today, and I have to say, they came out pretty good. Do you want Marty Porter to be your treasurer? Or, hey, you're dropping all our money, you fool! Remember in 2nd grade how Marty Porter had head lice? Do you really want him touching your money? Average political campaign ad on YouTube, LOL. Craig is for real a menace. I started hanging my posters up as soon as I got in, but they were only up for about 3 minutes before Vice Principal Roy spotted them. Mr. Roy said you weren't allowed to write fabrications about the other candidates. So I told Mr. Roy that the thing about the head lice was true and how it practically closed down the whole school when it happened. But he took down all my posters anyway. So today, Marty Porter was going around handing out lollipops to buy himself votes, while my posters were at the bottom of Mr. Roy's trash can. I guess this means my political career is officially over. October. Monday. Well, it's finally October, and there are only 30 days left until Halloween. Halloween is my favorite holiday, even though Mom says I'm getting too old to go trick-or-treating anymore. Halloween is Dad's favorite holiday too, but for a different reason. On Halloween night, while all the other parents are handing out candy, Dad is hiding in the bushes with a big trash can full of water. And if any teenagers drive by our driveway, he drenches them. I'm not sure Dad really understands the concept of Halloween, but I'm not going to be the one who spoils his fun. Tonight was the opening night of the Crossland High School haunted house, and I got Mom to agree to take me and Rowley. Rowley showed up at my house wearing his Halloween costume from last year. When I called him earlier, I told him to just wear regular clothes, but of course he didn't listen. I tried not to let it bother me too much, though. I'd never been allowed to go to the Crossland haunted house before, and I wasn't going to let Rowley ruin it for me. Roderick has told me all about it, and I've been looking forward to this for about 3 years. Anyway, when we got to the entrance, I started having second thoughts about going in. Illustration's just like random kid on the table with his head on the platter. Good evening. The mom seemed like she was in a hurry to get this over with, and she moved us along. Once we were through the gate, it was one scare after another. There were vampires jumping out at you, and people without heads, and all sorts of crazy stuff. But the worst part was this area called Chainsaw Alley. There was this big guy in a hockey mask, and he had a real chainsaw. But Roderick told me the chainsaw has a rubber blade, but I wasn't taking any chances. Right when it looked like the chainsaw guy was going to catch us, Mom stepped in and bailed us out. That's not nice. I'm sorry, ma'am. Mom made the chainsaw guy show us where the exit was, and that was the end of our haunted house experience right there. I guess it was a little embarrassing when Mom did all that, but I'm willing to let it go this one time. Like, Greg, what the hell were you gonna do? That's your mom. OMG, I'm so sorry. I totally noticed the ooh voice routine just now. Okay. Read a few lines. Saturday. The Catholic haunted house really got me thinking. Those guys were charging $5 a pop, and the line stretched halfway around the school. I'm sorry, I cannot keep that voice for that long. I cannot keep the voice for that long. It strains my voice way too much. I end up actually looking like Greg on the left here. Saturday. The Crossland Haunted House really got me thinking. You're so cute. Oh my god, stop! Cinnamon Boy, thank you so much. Thank you. That's so sweet of you to say. I decided to make a haunted house of my own. Actually, I had to bring Rowley in on the deal because Mom wouldn't let me convert our first floor into a full-out haunted mansion. I knew Rowley's dad wouldn't be crazy about the idea either, so we decided to build the haunted house in his basement and just not mention it to his parents. Me and Rowley spent most of the day coming up with an awesome plan for our haunted house. Here was our final plan. Then it says Hall of Screams with ghosts, lake of blood, a bottomless pit, a rat tunnel, a maze of 1,000 skulls, a knife alley, a hand hall, a death slide in an acid lake, and then the exit. Insanity, dude. I don't mean to brag or anything. Actually, now that I think about it, don't those seem like Alice in Borderland games? Like, this isn't a haunted house. Like, these are straight up games you'd see in Alice in Borderland. Like, it's like, I won't even say Squid Game because that's worse than Squid Game. It's literally like, if you survive, dude. I don't mean to brag or anything, but what we came up with was way better than the Crossland High School haunted house. We realized we were gonna need to get the word out that we were doing this thing, so we got some paper and made up a bunch of flyers. I'll admit, maybe we stretched the truth a little in our advertisement, but we had to make sure people actually showed up. Oh my goodness, I couldn't do that. That would be so embarrassing once they figured out it's not legit. It says, Haunted House with 5 sharks. 32 Surrey Street. Admission 50 cents. 3 p.m. Dang, they're really lowballing this stuff. 50 cents? Come on. Like, make it a little bit more of a hustle, you know? By the time we finished putting the flyers up around the neighborhood and got back to Rowley's basement, it was already 2:30, and we hadn't even started putting the actual haunted house together yet. So we had to cut some corners from our original plan. When 3 p.m. rolled around, we looked outside to see if anyone had showed up, and sure enough, there were about 20 neighborhood kids waiting in line outside Rowley's basement. Now, I know our flyer said admission was 50 cents, but I could see that we had a chance to make a killing here. So I told the kids that admission was $2 and the 50-cent thing was just a typo. Right, like, come on, Greg, make it a little hustle, you know? Make it a little bit more of a hustle. The first kid to cough up his $2 was Shane Snella. He paid his money and we let him inside, and me and Raleigh took our positions in the Hall of Screams. The Hall of Screams was basically a bed with me and Raleigh on the other side of it. Rah, rah, and then the little kid is just being tortured in between, squealing. I guess maybe we made the Hall of Screams a little too scary because halfway through, Shane curled up in a ball underneath the bed. We tried to get him to crawl out from under there, but he wouldn't budge. I started thinking about all the money we were losing with this kid clogging up the Hall of Screams, and I knew we had to get him out there quick. Eventually, Raleigh's dad came downstairs. At first, I was happy to see him because I thought he could help us drag Shane out from under the bed and get our haunted house cranking again. But Raleigh's dad wasn't really in a helpful mood. Raleigh's dad wanted to know what we were doing and why Shane Snella was curled up under the bed. We told him that the basement was a haunted house and that Shane Snella actually paid
You're
for
hot.
us to do this to him.
I
Thank you
love
so
you.
much for the follow. You're so 160. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But Raleigh's dad didn't believe us. I admit that if you looked around, it didn't really look like a haunted house. All we had time to put together was the Hall of Screams and the Lake of Blood, which was just Raleigh's old baby pool with a half a bottle of ketchup in it. I tried to show Raleigh's dad our original plan to prove that we were really running a legitimate operation, but he still didn't seem convinced. And to make a long story short, that was the end of our haunted house. The good news is, since Raleigh's dad didn't believe us, he didn't make us refund Shane's money, so at least we cleared $2 today. Sunday. Raleigh ended up getting grounded for that whole haunted house mess yesterday. He's not allowed to watch TV for a week, and he's not allowed to have me over at his house during that time. That last part really isn't fair because that's punishing me, and I didn't even do anything wrong. Now where am I supposed to play my video games? Anyway, I felt kind of bad for Raleigh, so tonight I tried to make it up to him. I turned on one of Raleigh's favorite TV shows, and I did a play-by-play over the phone so he could kind of experience it that way. That's literally me right now as I'm reading Diary of a Wimpy Kid to you guys if you guys don't have book 1. Wow, look at the size of that flamethrower. Oh, yeah, never mind. I did my best to keep up with what was going on the screen, but to be honest with you, I'm not sure if Raleigh was getting the full effect. I bet this part is gonna be funny. Whoop! I was right. It was funny, Greg says over the phone as Raleigh is just listening in, all sad. Tuesday. Well, Raleigh's grounding is finally over, and just in time for Halloween too. I went up to his house to check out his costume, and I have to admit, I'm a little jealous. Rowley's mom got him this night costume that's way cooler than his costume from last year. His night outfit came with a helmet and a shield and a real sword and everything. I've never had a store-bought costume before. I still haven't figured out what I'm gonna go as tomorrow night, so I'll probably just throw something together at the last minute. I figure maybe I'll bring back the toilet paper mummy again. But I think that it's supposed to rain tomorrow night, so that might not be the smartest choice. In the past few years, grown-ups in my neighborhood have been getting cranky about my lame costumes, and I'm starting to think that it's actually having an effect on the amount of candy I'm bringing in. Then the illustration is him at, like, trick-or-treating. What are you supposed to be? A cowboy, and he's literally just wearing double baseball hats. But I don't really have time to put together a good costume because I'm in charge of planning out the best route for me and Raleigh to take tomorrow night. This year, I've come up with a plan that'll get us at least twice the candy we scored last year. Halloween. About an hour before we were supposed to start trick-or-treating, I still didn't have a costume. At that point, I was seriously thinking about going as a cowboy for the second year in a row. But then, Mom knocked at my door and handed me a pirate costume with an eye patch and a hook and everything. Then, the illustration is just Greg checking himself out in the mirror in his little pirate costume with a fake beard and hook. Riley showed up around 6:30 wearing his night costume, but it didn't look anything like it looked yesterday. Riley's mom made all these safety improvements to it, and he couldn't even tell what he was supposed to be anymore. She cut out a big hole in the front of the helmet so he could see better, and covered him up in all this reflective tape. She made him wear his winter coat underneath everything, and she replaced his sword with a glow stick. Yeah, that's pretty lame. I'd be so pissed off if I was Rowley. I grabbed my pillowcase, and me and Rowley started to head out, but Mom stopped us before we could get out the door. I want you to take Manny with you, says Greg's mom. Man, I should have known there was a catch when Mom gave me that costume. I told Mom there was no way we were taking Manny with us because we were going to hit 152 houses in 3 hours. And plus, we were going to be on Snake Road, which is way too dangerous for a little kid like Manny. I should have never mentioned that last part because the next thing I knew, Mom was telling Dad he had to go along with us to make sure we didn't step foot outside our neighborhood. Dad tried to squirm out of it, but once Mom makes up her mind, there's no way you can change it. Before we even got out of our own driveway, we ran into our neighbor Mr. Mitchell and his kid Jeremy, so of course they tagged along with us. Manny and Jeremy wouldn't trick-or-treat at any houses with spooky decorations on them, so that ruled out pretty much every house on our block. Dad and Mr. Mitchell started talking about football or something, and every time one of them wanted to make a point, they'd stop walking. So we were hitting only about one house every 20 minutes. After a couple of hours, Dad and Mr. Mitchell took the little kids home. I was glad because that meant me and Rowley could take off. My pillowcase was almost empty, so I wanted to make up as much time as possible. A little while later, Rowley told me he needed a potty break. I made him hold off for another 45 minutes. By the time we got to my grandma's house, it was pretty clear that if I didn't let Rowley use the bathroom, it was gonna get messy. So I told Rowley if he wasn't back outside in 1 minute, I was gonna start helping myself to his candy. After that, we headed back out on the road, but it was already 10:30, and I guess that's when most grown-ups decide Halloween is over. You can kind of tell because that's when they start coming to the door in their pajamas and giving you the evil eye. We decided to head home. We made up a lot of time after Dad and Manny left, so I was pretty satisfied with how much candy we took in. When we were halfway home, this pickup truck came roaring down the street with a bunch of high school kids in it. The kid in the back was holding a fire extinguisher, and when the truck passed by us, he opened fire. Whoosh! I have to give Rowley credit because he blocked about 95% of the water with his shield. And if he hadn't done that, all our candy would have gotten soaked. When the truck drove away, I yelled out something that I regretted about 2 seconds later. We're calling the cops! Ruh-roh. The driver slammed on the brakes and he turned his truck around. Me and Rowley started running, but those guys were
You're
right
hot.
on our heels. Thank
I
you so
love
much
you.
for the follow. You're so hot and sexy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The only place I could think of that was safe was Grandma's house, so we cut through a couple backyards to get there. Grandma was in bed already, but I knew she keeps a key under the mat on her front porch. Once we got inside, I looked out the window to see if those guys had followed us, and sure enough, they did. I tried to trick them into leaving, but they wouldn't budge. Well, I guess now that we're safe in our own house, you can't get to us. After a while, we realized the teenagers were going to wait us out, so we decided we were just going to have to spend the night at Grandma's. That's when we started getting cocky, making monkey noises at the teenagers and whatnot. Well, at least I was making monkey noises. Rowley was kind of making owl noises, but I guess it was the same general idea. I called Mom to tell her we were going to crash at Grandma's for the night, but Mom sounded really mad on the phone. She said it was school night and that we had to get home right that instant, so that meant we were going to have to make a run for it. I looked out the window, and this time
You're
I
hot.
didn't see the truck. Thank you
I
so much
love
for
you.
the follow. You're so hot and sexy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I looked out the window, and this time I didn't see the truck, but I knew those guys were hiding somewhere and were just trying to draw us out. So we snuck out the back door, hopped over Grandma's fence, and ran all the way to Snake Road. I figured our chances were better there because there weren't any streetlights. Snake Road is scary enough on its own without having a truckload of teenagers hunting you down. Every time we saw a car coming, we dove into the bushes. It must have taken us a half hour to go 100 yards. But believe it or not, we made it all the way home without getting caught. Neither one of us let our guard down until we got to my driveway. But right then, there was this big, awful scream, and we saw a big wave of water coming towards us. Man, I forgot all about Dad, and we totally paid the price for it. And it was actually their dad that soaked them in the water. Whoops. When me and Raleigh got inside, we laid out all our candy on the kitchen table. The only things we could salvage were a couple of mints that were wrapped in cellophane and the toothbrushes Dr. Garrison gave us. I think next Halloween I'll just stay home and mooch some Butterfingers from the bowl Mom keeps on top of the refrigerator. Oh my goodness. Do you guys like Butterfingers? I never liked Butterfingers, but then again, I never liked anything that was or I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I just didn't like Butterfingers. I don't know. It's something about the texture that I don't like how I don't know. I think it's like a wafer, right? Butterfingers, Butterfingers, like a nutty, peanut butter, wafer, and it's all just melted together. It's ugh, I don't know. I don't like I don't like the texture of it. It's mainly the texture that bothers me, other than the taste. I was gonna say I don't usually like peanut butter type flavors. I don't really like Reese's peanut butter cups either. I know, unpopular opinion. I don't really like Butterfingers, Reese's peanut butter cups. I think the only one I kind of like that's in that category is Paydays, but that's mainly because I think it's the caramel. The caramel really saves it flavor wise for me, and it's soft to bite into. It's easy to bite into, I guess. November, Thursday. On the bus ride into school today, we passed by Grandma's house. Got rolls with toilet paper last night, which I guess was no big surprise. Oh no! And then that's their Grandma's house, all toilet papered and egged up. That sucks so much. I do feel a little bad because it looked like it was going to take a long time to clean up. On the bright side, Grandma is retired, so she probably didn't have anything planned for today anyway. Dude, that's so fucked up. And she doesn't know that it was because Greg and Rowley were taking refuge at her house at the time. That sucks so bad. Wednesday. In third period, Mr. Underwood, our phys ed teacher, announced that the boys will be doing a wrestling unit for the next 6 weeks. There's one thing most boys in my school are into, it's professional wrestling. That's actually not the case for my school. My school, they mostly liked football, which I guess kind of similar, but so Mr. Underwood might as well set off a bomb. I knew my cousin was really into professional wrestling though, WWE. He loves WWE so much. He even collects the figures of the wrestlers too. It's his little collection. Lunch comes right after phys ed, and the cafeteria was a complete madhouse. There's all these kids just tackling each other and fighting on the lunch table and stuff. I don't know what the school is thinking having a wrestling unit, but I decided if I don't want to get twisted into a pretzel for the next month and a half, I'd better do my homework on this wrestling business. So I rented a couple of video games to learn some moves. And you know what? After a while, I was really starting to get the hang of it. Then it's just Greg harassing Rowley. Does this feel right? Yes, no, help! In fact, the other kids in my class had better look out because if I keep this up, I could be a real threat. Then again, I better make sure I don't do too good. this kid named Preston Mudd got named Athlete of the Month for being the best player in the basketball unit, so they put his picture up in the hallway. It took people about 5 seconds to realize how P. Mudd sounded when he said it aloud. And after that, it was all over for Preston. P. Mudd! P. Mudd! The kids say, mocking Preston. Thursday. Well, I found out today that the kind of wrestling Mr. Underwood is teaching is completely different from the kind they do on TV. First of all, we have to wear these things called singlets, which look like those bathing suits they used to wear in the 1800s. And that's them in their little swimsuits, or their little wrestling suits, I guess. And second of all, there are no pile drivers or hitting people over the heads with chairs or anything like that. There's not even a ring with ropes around it. It's just basically a sweaty mat that smells like it's never been washed before. Mr. Underwood started asking for volunteers so he could demonstrate some wrestling holds, but there was no way I was going to raise my hand. Me and Riley tried to hide out in the back of the gym near the curtain, but that's where the girls were doing their gymnastics units. And the girls are just making fun of Riley and Greg wearing their little suits. Got out of there in a hurry, and we went back to where the rest of the guys were. Here's the illustration, by the way, I forgot to show. Mr. Underwood singled me out, probably because I'm the lightest kid in the class. He could toss me around without straining himself. He showed everybody how to do all these things called a half Nelson and a reversal and a takedown and stuff like that. When he was doing this one move called the fireman's carry, I felt a breeze down below, and I could tell my singlet wasn't doing a good job keeping me covered up. That's when I thanked my lucky stars the girls were on the other side of the gym. Mr. Underwood divided us up into weight groups. I was pretty happy about that at first because it meant I wasn't going to have to wrestle kids like Benny Wells, who could bench press 250 pounds. But then I found out who I did have to wrestle, and I would have traded for Benny Wells in a heartbeat. Greg, you'll be paired up with Fregley here. Fregley was the only kid light enough to be in my weight class, and apparently Fregley was paying attention to when Mr. Underwood was giving instructions because he pinned me every which way you could imagine. I spent my 7th period getting way more familiar with Fregley than I ever wanted to be. Tuesday. This wrestling unit has totally turned our school upside down. Now kids are wrestling in the hallways, in the classrooms, you name it. But the 15 minutes after lunch when they let us outside is the worst. You can't walk 5 feet without tripping over a couple kids going at it. I just try to keep my distance. And mark my words, one of these fools is going to roll right on to the cheese and start the cheese touch all over again. There's all of them just fighting on the floor. My other big problem is that I have to wrestle Fregley every single day. But this morning, I realized something. If I can move out of Fregley's weight class, I won't have to wrestle him anymore. So I stuffed my clothes with a bunch of socks and shirts to get myself into the next weight class. But I was still too light to move up. And here's him with, he kind of reminds me of you guys remember that episode of SpongeBob when SpongeBob had the inflatable muscle arms? He kind of reminds me of that. I realized I was gonna have to gain weight for real. At first I thought I should just start loading up on junk food, but then I had a much better idea. I decided to gain my weight in muscle, not fat. I've never been all that interested in getting in shape before, but this wrestling unit has made me rethink things. I figure if I bulk up now, it could actually come in handy down the road. The football unit is coming in the spring, and they split the teams up into shirts and skins, and I always get put on skins. I think they do that to make all of the out-of-shape kids feel ashamed of themselves. And then, here's Greg playing football. He's just so scrawny. I can pack on some muscle now, it'll be a whole different story next April. The illustration says, Greg Heffley, you're on skins. He says as he's like ripping his shirt off because he's like so buff. Tonight, after dinner, I got Mom and Dad together and told them my plan. I told them I was going to need some serious exercise equipment and some weight gain powder too. I showed them some muscle magazines I got at the store so they could see how ripped I was going to be. Mom didn't really say anything at first. Dad was pretty enthusiastic. I think he was just glad I had a change of heart from how I used to be when I was a kid. Then the illustration is like his dad saying, if you work out regularly, you can get big muscles. And then Greg, as a kid, is saying, muscles are gross. Honestly, I used to be the same way. Like, I feel like when I was like a kid, like when I was like growing up, I never really liked muscles, to be honest. But as as an adult, I have more appreciation for for I guess like bigger builds, like with like muscles and like bigger chests and stuff like that. I don't know. I guess I find those things sexier now. But Mom said if I wanted a weight set, I was going to have to prove that I could stick with an exercise regimen. She said I could do that by doing sit-ups and jumping jacks for 2 weeks. I had to explain that the only way to get totally bulked up is to get the kind of high-tech machines they have at the gym, but Mom didn't want to hear it. Then Dad said if I wanted a bench press, I should keep my fingers crossed for Christmas. But Christmas is a month and a half away, and if I get pinned by Fregley one more time, I'm gonna have a nervous breakdown. So it looks like Mom and Dad aren't going to be any help, and that means I'm going to have to take matters into my own hands, as usual. Saturday. I couldn't wait to start my weight training program today. Even though Mom wouldn't let me get the equipment I needed, I wasn't going to let that hold me back. So I went into the fridge and emptied out the milk and orange juice and filled the jugs with sand. Then I taped them to a broomstick and I had myself a pretty decent barbell. And then it's literally just the tubs of milk with this just taped on the stick. After that, I made a bench press out of an ironing board and some boxes. Once I had that all set, I was ready to do some serious lifting. I needed a spotting partner, so I called Rowley. And when he showed up at my door wearing some ridiculous getup, I knew I made a mistake inviting him. And him and his little exercise wear is very much 80s-esque. Now, like those 80s exercise home videos, he's literally dressed up like that. Basically, he's dressed up like giving like the pump it up attire, like, you know, the substance type of pump it up attire. Like the exercise, like suit, the leg warmers and stuff like that. I made Rowley use the bench press first, mostly because I wanted to see if the broomstick was going to hold up. He did about 5 reps and he was ready to quit, but I wouldn't let him. That's what a good training partner is for, to push you beyond your limits. 15 more, come on, Greg says. I knew Rowley wasn't going to be as serious about weightlifting as I was, so I decided to try an experiment to test his dedication. In the middle of Rowley's set, I went and got this bony nose and mustache Roderick has in his junk drawer. And right when Rowley had the barbell in the down position, I leaned over and looked at him, and he literally drops it. Sure enough, Rowley totally lost his concentration. He couldn't even get the barbell off his chest. I thought about helping him out, but then I realized that if Rowley didn't get serious about working out, he was never going to get to my level. He's just reading a book while Rowley is struggling. Like, Greg is so fucked up. I eventually had to rescue him because he started biting the milk jug to let the sand leak out. After Rowley got off the bench press, it was time for my set. But Rowley said he didn't feel like working out anymore, and he went home. You know, I figured he'd pull something like that, but I guess you can't expect everyone to have the same kind of dedication as you. Alright guys, I'm gonna take a quick drink of water real quick before we continue, if that's okay. Let me hydrate myself real quick, y'all. Okay. Wednesday. Today in geography, we had a quiz, and I have to say, I've been looking forward to this one for a long time. The quiz was on state capitals, and I sit in the back of the room, right next to this giant map of the United States. All the capitals are written in big red print, so I knew I had this one in the bag. You know, I actually had the same thing happen to me, we all in my classrooms, whenever we had like maps and it showed like the capitals and stuff like that, and it was like huge, like like my teachers were smart about it. For every like test, like geography test, they would just like cover up like the like capitals and stuff, like, or cover up the maps entirely with like paper and stuff so we wouldn't cheat. So because I think they had like a lot of like kids probably had similar plans, but they knew, like, they figured that that would happen, so that's why they did that, which is honestly really smart of them. But foiled all of our plans, foiled all of our plans to cheat for geography, which honestly it didn't even do shit because to this day I struggle so much with geography. blame the American education system for that, y'all. They wronged me. Like, I feel like I only like retained that information in elementary school, but like there was nothing to retain that information in like middle school or high school. But right before the test got started, Patty Farrell piped up from the front of the room. Teacher, teacher! Patty told Mr. Ira that he should cover up the United States map before we got started. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. Nice catch, Patty, the teacher says. So, thanks to Patty, I ended up flunking the quiz, and I will definitely be looking for a way to pay her back for that one. Thursday. Tonight, Mom came up to my room and she had a flyer in her hand. As soon as I saw it, I knew exactly what it was. It was an announcement that the school is having tryouts for a winter play. Man, I should have thrown that thing out when I saw it on the kitchen table. I begged her not to make me sign up. Those school plays are always musicals, and the last thing I need is to have to sing a solo in front of the whole school. But all my begging seemed to do was make Mom more sure I should do it. Brings up, you guys remember the iconic school play audition scene, school musical audition scene with Greg? One of my favorite cinematic scenes of all time. So that scene was so funny. Mom said the only way I was going to be well-rounded was by trying different things. Dad came in my room to see what was going on. I told Dad that Mom was making me sign up for the school play, and that if I had to start going to play practices, it would totally mess up my weightlifting schedule. I knew that would make Dad take my side. Dad and Mom argued for a few minutes, but Dad was no match for Mom. So that means tomorrow I've got to audition for the school play. Friday. The play they're doing this year is The Wizard of Oz. A lot of kids came wearing costumes for the parts they were trying out for. I've never even seen the movie, so for me, it was like walking into a freak show. When you see people auditioning as like cat and like wings and like person as the Tin Man. Mrs. Norton, the music director, made everyone sing My Country 'Tis of Thee so she could hear our singing voices. Oh my god, that's such a change from the book. I'm honestly so happy they changed that in the movie from the original book, because the fact that it was Total Eclipse of the Heart in the movie was so iconic. I did my singing tryouts with a bunch of other boys whose moms made them come too. I tried to sing as quietly as possible, but of course, I got singled out anyway. What a lovely soprano, the music teacher says to Greg. I have no idea what a soprano is, but from the way some of the girls were giggling, I knew it wasn't a good thing. Tryouts went on forever. The grand finale came with auditions for Dorothy, who I guess is the lead character in the play. And who should try out first but Patty Farrell? Thought about trying out for the part of the witch, because I heard that in the play, the witch does all sorts of mean things to Dorothy. But then somebody told me there's a good witch and a bad witch, and with my luck, I'd end up getting picked to be the good one. Monday. I was hoping Mrs. Norton would just cut me from the play, but today she said that everyone who tried out is going to get a part, so lucky me. Mrs. Norton showed the Wizard of Oz movie so everyone would know the story. I was trying to figure out what part I should play. Pretty much every character has to sing or dance at one point or another. But about halfway through the movie, I figured out what part I wanted to sign up for. I'm going to sign up to be a tree because 1. They don't have to sing, and 2. They get to being Dorothy with apples. Getting to peg Patty Farrell with apples in front of a live audience would be my dream come true. I may actually have to thank Mom for making me do this play once it's all over. After the movie ended, I signed up to be a tree. Unfortunately, a bunch of other guys had the same idea as me, so I guess there are a lot of guys who have a bone to pick
You're
with
hot.
Patty Farrell.
I
Thank you
love
so much
you.
for the follow. You're so hot and sexy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wednesday. Well, like Mom always says, be careful what you wish for. I got picked to be a tree, but I don't know if that's such a good thing. The tree costumes don't actually have armholes, so I guess that rules out any apple throwing. And that's them in their tree costumes. I should probably feel lucky that I got a speaking part at all. They had too many kids trying out, and not enough roles, so they had to start making up characters. Rodney James tried to be the Tin Man, but he got stuck with being the shrub. Then that's him as a little shrub. Friday. Remember how I said I was lucky to get a speaking part? Well, today I found out I only have one line in the whole play. I say it when Dorothy picks an apple off my branch, and all he says is literally just, ouch. That means I have to go to a 2-hour practice every day just so I can say one stupid word. I'm starting to think Rodney James got a better deal as the shrub. He found a way to sneak a video game into his costume, and I'll bet that really makes the time go by. So now I'm trying to think of ways to get Mrs. Norton to kick me out of the play. But when you only have one word to say, it's really hard to mess up your lines. December. Thursday. The play is only a couple of days away, and I have no idea how we're going to pull this thing off. First of all, nobody has bothered to learn their lines, and that's all Mrs. Norton's fault. During rehearsal, Mrs. Norton whispers everyone's lines to them from the side of the stage. Then the illustration the bad witch just says, I get that you're pretty, but it was actually supposed to be, I'll get you, my pretty. I wonder how it's going to go next Tuesday when Mrs. Norton is sitting at her piano 30 feet away. Another thing that's screwing everything up is that Mrs. Norton keeps adding new scenes and new characters. Yesterday, she brought in this 5th grader to play Dorothy's dog, Toto. But today, the kid's mom came in and she said she wanted her child to walk around on 2 legs because crawling around on all 4s would be too degrading. So now we've got a dog that's going to be walking around on his hind legs for the whole show. But the worst change is that Mrs. Norton actually wrote a song that us trees have to sing. She said everyone deserves a chance to sing in the play. So today, we spent an hour learning the worst song that's ever been written. And all of them are just singing, We Three Trees. Thank God Roderick won't be in the audience to see me humiliate myself. Mrs. Norton said the play is going to be a semi-formal occasion, and I know there's no way Roderick is going to wear a tie for a middle school play. But today wasn't all bad. Toward the end of practice, Archie Kelly tripped over Rodney James and chipped his tooth because he couldn't stick his arms out to break his fall. So the good news is, they're letting us trees carve out armholes for the performance. Tuesday. Tonight was the big school production of The Wizard of Oz. The first sign that things were not going to go well before the play even started. I was peeking through the curtain to check out how many people showed up to see the play, and guess who was standing right up front? My brother Roderick, wearing a clip-on tie. He must have found out I was singing, and he couldn't resist the chance to see me embarrass myself. The play was supposed to start at 8, but it got delayed because Ronnie James had stage fright. He figured that someone whose job it was to sit on the stage and do nothing could just suck it up for one performance. But Ronnie wouldn't budge, and eventually his mom had to carry him off. The play finally got started around 8:30. Nobody could remember their lines, just like I predicted, but Mrs. Norton kept things moving along with her piano. The kid who played Toto brought a stool and a pile of comic books onto the stage, and that totally ruined the whole dog effect. And then Toto just reading a book on the stage as they're all singing. He's so unserious. When it was time for the first scene, me and the other trees hopped into our positions. The curtains rose, and when they did, I heard Manny's voice. Bubby! Great. I have been able to keep that nickname quiet for 5 years, and now all of a sudden the whole town knew it. I could feel about 300 pairs of eyeballs pointed my way. So I did some quick ad-libbing, and I was able to deflect the embarrassment over to Archie Kelly. Then it's just Greg leaning over to pick up an apple. I think you dropped an apple, Bubby. But the major embarrassment was still on the way. When I heard Mrs. Norton's playing the first few bars of We Three Trees, I felt my stomach jump. I looked out the audience, and I noticed Roderick was holding a video camera. I knew that if I sang the song and Roderick recorded it, he would keep the tape up forever and use it to humiliate me for the rest of my life. I didn't know what to do, so when the time came to start singing, I just kept my mouth shut. And then he literally did not sing with them at all. For a few seconds there, things went okay. I figured that if I didn't technically sing the song, then Roderick wouldn't have anything to hold over my head. But after a few seconds, the other trees noticed I wasn't singing. I guess they must have thought I knew something that they didn't, so they stopped singing too. Now the three of us were just standing there, not saying a word. Mrs. Norton must have thought we forgot the words to the song, because she came over to the side of the stage and whispered the rest of the lyrics to us. Whilst we are rooted to our spots, she doth move on lighter feet, she whispers. The song is only about 3 minutes long, but to me, it felt like an hour and a half. I was just praying the curtains would go down so we could hop off the stage. That's when I noticed Patty Farrell standing in the wings. And if looks could kill, us trees would be dead. She probably thought we were ruining her chances of making it to Broadway or something. Seeing Patty standing there reminded me why I signed up to be a tree in the first place. And that's Craig literally throwing an apple to Patty's face. Oh my god. Pretty soon, the rest of us trees started throwing apples too. I think Toto even got in on the act. Somebody knocked the glasses off of Patty's head, and one of the lenses broke. Mrs. Norton had to shut down the play after that because Patty can't see 2 feet in front of her without her glasses. After the play was over, my family went home together. Mom had brought a bouquet of flowers, and I guess they were supposed to be for me. But she ended up tossing them in the trash can on the way out the door. I just hope everyone who came to see the play was as entertained as I was. Wednesday. Well, If one good thing came out of the play, it's that I don't have to worry about the Bubby nickname anymore. I saw Archie Kelly getting hassled in the hallway after fifth period today, so it looks like I can finally start to breathe a little easier. And then it's literally a bully pushing him instead, saying, "Hi there, Bubby." Damn, Greg is so evil. Sunday. With all this stuff going on at school, I hadn't even had time to think about Christmas. And it's less than 10 days away. In fact, the only thing that tipped me off that Christmas was coming was when Roderick put up his wish list on the refrigerator. Roderick's wish list: 1. New drums, 2. New van, 3. Shrunken head. I usually make a big wish list every year, but this Christmas, all I really want is this video game called Twisted Wizard. Tonight, Manny was going through the Christmas catalog, picking out all the stuff he wants with a big red marker. Manny was circling every single toy in the catalog. He was even circling really expensive things like a giant motorized car and stuff like that. So, I decided to step in and give him some good big brotherly advice. I told him that if he circled stuff that was too expensive, he was going to end up with a bunch of clothes for Christmas. I said he should just pick 3 or 4 medium-priced gifts so he would end up with a couple of gifts he actually wanted. But of course, Manny just went back to circling everything again, so I guess he'll just have to learn the hard way. When I was 7, the only thing I really wanted for Christmas was a Barbie dream house. And not because I like girls' toys like Roderick said. I just thought it would be a really awesome fort for my toy soldiers. When Mom and Dad saw my wish list that year, they got in a big fight over it. Dad said there was no way he was getting me a dollhouse, but Mom said it was healthy for me to experiment with whatever kinds of toys I wanted to play with. Dude, low-key, Greg's mom kinda based, if you think about it. Believe it or not, Dad actually won that argument. Dad told me to start my wish list over, pick out some toys that were more appropriate for boys. But I have a secret weapon when it comes to Christmas. My Uncle Charlie always gets me whatever I want. I told him I wanted the Barbie dream house, and he said he'd hook me up. On Christmas, when Uncle Charlie gave me my gift, it was not what I had asked for. He must have walked into the toy store and picked up the first thing he saw that had the word Barbie on it. So, if you ever see a picture of me where I'm holding up a beach fun Barbie, now at least you know the whole story. And that's a little picture of him with his uncle. Dad wasn't real happy when he saw what Uncle Charlie got me. He told me to either throw it out or give it away to charity. But I kept it anyway, and okay, I admit, maybe I took it out and played with it once or twice. That's how I ended up in the emergency room 2 weeks later with a pink Barbie shoe stuck up my nose. And believe me, Roderick has never let me hear the end of that. Thursday. Tonight, me and Mom went out to get a gift for the Giving Tree at church. The Giving Tree is basically a Secret Santa kind of thing where you get a gift for someone who's needy. Mom picked out a red wool sweater for our Giving Tree guy. I tried to talk Mom into getting something a lot cooler, like a TV or a slushie machine or something like that. Because imagine if all you got on Christmas was a wool sweater. And it shows like a poor guy just saying sarcastically, "Yippee." I'm sure our Giving Tree guy will throw his sweater in the trash, along with the 10 cans of yams we sent his way during the Thanksgiving food drive. Christmas. When I woke up this morning and went downstairs, there were about 1,000,000 gifts under the Christmas tree. But when I started digging around, there were hardly any gifts with my name on them. Then on the Christmas tree, and all the gifts are literally just written out to Manny. That's so fucked up. Oh my goodness. Like favoritism in your kids is just so fucked up to me. I don't know. I were a parent, like, if I genuinely was only going to have a favorite of one kid, like, I might as well just only give birth to one kid, you know? Because that's fucked up. And like, imagine how your kids feel knowing that you have like your favorite, you know? That's fucked up. But Manny made it out like a bandit. He got every single thing he circled in the catalog, no lie. So I'll bet he's glad he didn't listen to me. I did find a couple things with my name on them, but they were mostly books and socks and stuff like that. I opened my gift in the corner behind the couch because I don't like opening gifts near Dad. Whenever someone opens a gift, Dad swoops right in and cleans up after them. I gave Manny a toy helicopter, and I gave Roderick a book about rock bands. Roderick gave me a book too, but of course, he didn't wrap it. The book he got me was Best of Lil Cutie. Lil Cutie is the worst comic in the newspaper, and Roderick knows how much I hate it. I think this is the 4th year in a row I've gotten a Little Cutie book from him. I gave Mom and Dad their gifts. I get them the same kind of thing every year. Parents eat that stuff up. And then it's just them drawn, like, as they're saying, thanks, unenthusiastically. Number 1 mom, number 1 dad hat. The rest of the relatives started showing up around 11, and Uncle Charlie came at noon. Uncle Charlie bought a big trash bag full of gifts, and he pulled my present out the top of the bag. The package was the exact right size and shape to be a Twisted Wizard game, so I knew Uncle Charlie came through for me. Mom got the camera ready, and I tore open my gift. But it was just an 8x10 picture of Uncle Charlie. I guess I didn't do a good job of hiding my disappointment, and Mom got mad. All I can say is, I'm glad I'm still a kid, because if I had to act happy about the kinds of gifts grown-ups get, I don't think I could pull it off. And it's just
You're
an
hot.
illustration that says, thank you
I
so much
love
for the
you.
follow, you're so hot and sexy, thank you. And then it's just an illustration of like a frame photo of Bless This House. I know the perfect place for this. I just knew you'd love it. Unironically, this is what happens. Like, we get more excited about like the more and more like lame gifts we get as adults. Like, tell me why for Christmas I love essentials like like stain sticks. Like something for decorating my room in my house. Like, for real. That is stuff I like nowadays. Because that kind of stuff is like expensive to just like try to buy on your own. It's like too much out of your way to buy on your own. You need to focus on essentials, you know? So it's nice to get like kind of unnecessary stuff. Well, unnecessary but necessary type stuff, you know? I went up to my room to take a break for a while. A couple minutes later, Dad knocked on my door. He told me he had my gift out for me in the garage, and the reason it was out there was because it was too big to wrap. And when I walked down to the garage, there was a brand new weight set. That thing must have cost a fortune. I didn't have the heart to tell Dad that I kinda lost interest in the whole weightlifting thing from the wrestling unit when the wrestling unit ended last week, so I just said thanks instead. I think Dad was expecting me to drop down and start doing some reps or something, but I just excused myself and went back inside. At about 6, all the relatives cleared out. I was sitting on the couch watching Nanny play with his toys, feeling pretty sorry for myself. Then Mom came up to me and said that she found a gift behind the piano with my name on it, and it said, From Santa. The box was way too big for Twisted Wizard, but Mom pulled the same big box trick on me last year when she got me a memory card for my video game system. So, I ripped open the package and pulled out my present, only this wasn't Twisted Wizard either. It was a giant red wool sweater. At first, I thought Mom was playing some kind of practical joke on me because this sweater was the same kind we bought for our Giving Tree guy. But Mom seemed pretty confused too. She said she did buy me a video game and that she had no idea what the sweater was doing in my box. And then I figured it out. I told Mom there must have been some kind of mix-up and I got the Giving Tree guy's gift and he got mine. Mom said she used the same kind of wrapping paper for both of our gifts, so she must have written the wrong names on the tags. But then Mom said that this was a really good thing because the giving tree guy was probably really happy he got such a great gift. I had to explain that you need a game system and a TV to play Twisted Wizard, so the game was totally useless to him. Even though my Christmas was not going that great, I'm sure it was going a whole lot worse for the giving tree guy. I decided to throw in the towel for this Christmas, and I headed up to Rowley's house. I forgot to get a gift for Rowley, so I just left a bow in the little cutie book Roderick gave me, and that seemed to do the trick. Rowley's parents have a lot of money, so I can always count on them for a good gift. Rowley said that this year he picked out my gift himself. Then he brought me outside to show me what it was. From the way Rowley was hyping up his present, I thought he must have gotten me a big screen TV or a motorcycle or something. But once again, I let my hopes get too high. Then Rowley literally got him like a little tricycle. Rowley got me a big wheel. I guess I would have thought this was a cool gift when I was in the 3rd grade, but I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with one now. Rowley was so enthusiastic about it, I tried my best to act like I was happy anyway. Gee, thanks. We went back inside and Rowley showed me his Christmas loot. He sure got a lot more stuff than I did. He even got Twisted Wizard, so at least I can play it when I come up to his house. That is, until Rowley's dad finds out how violent it is. And boy, you have never seen someone as happy as Rowley with his little cutie book. His mom said it was the only thing on his list that he didn't get. Well, I'm glad someone got what they wanted today. And illustration just Greg playing Twisted Wizard. Meanwhile, Rowley has his gift saying, "It's a Christmas miracle," says his mom, Rowley's mom. New Year's Eve. In case you're wondering what I'm doing in my room at 9 p.m. on New Year's Eve, let me fill you in. Earlier today, me and Manny were horsing around in the basement. I found a tiny black ball of thread on the carpet, and I told Manny it was a spider. Then I held it over him, pretending like I was going to make him eat it. Right when I was about to let Manny go, he slapped my hand and made me drop the thread. And guess what? That fool swallowed it. Well, Manny completely lost his mind. He ran upstairs to where Mom was, and I knew I was in big trouble. Manny told Mom I made him eat a spider. I told her there was no spider, and that it was just a tiny ball of thread. Mom brought Manny over to the kitchen table. Then she put a seed, a raisin, and a grape on a plate and told Manny to point to the thing that was the closest in size to the piece of thread he swallowed. Manny took a while to look over the things on the plate. Then he walked over to the refrigerator and pulled out an orange. So that's why I got sent to bed at 7 p.m. and I'm not downstairs watching the New Year's Eve special on TV. And that's also why my only New Year's resolution is to never play with Manny again. January, Wednesday. I found a way to have some fun with the big wheel Rowley got me for Christmas. I came up with this game where one guy rides down the hill and the other guy tries to knock him off with a football. Rowley was the first one down the hill, and I was the thrower. It's a lot harder to hit a moving target than I thought. Plus, I didn't get a lot of practice. It took Rowley like 10 minutes to walk the big wheel back up the hill after every trip down. Rowley kept asking to switch places and have me be the one who rides the big wheel, but I'm no fool. That thing was hitting 35 miles an hour, and it didn't have any brakes. "Do you want to have a turn now?" Pant, pant, Rowley says. "No thanks, I'm not as good as you," Craig says as he's smiling like a little shit. Anyway, I never did knock Rowley off the big wheel today, but I guess I have something to work at over the rest of Christmas vacation. Thursday. I was heading up to Rowley's today to play our big wheel game again, but Mom said I had to finish my Christmas thank yous before I went out anywhere. I thought I could just crank out my thank you cards in a half hour, but when it came to actually writing them, my mind went blank. Let me tell you, it's not easy writing thank you notes for stuff you didn't want in the first place. I started with the non-clothes items because I thought they'd be the easiest. But after 2 or 3 cards, I realized I was practically writing the same thing every time. So, I wrote up a general form on the computer with blanks for the things that needed to change. Writing cards from there was a breeze. Then his cards say, Dear Aunt Lydia, thank you so much for the awesome encyclopedia. How did you know that I wanted that for Christmas? I love the way this encyclopedia looks like on my shelf. All my friends will be so jealous that I have my very own encyclopedia. Thank you for making this the best Christmas ever. Sincerely, Greg. My system worked out pretty well for the first couple of gifts, but after that, not so much. And the next note reads, Dear Aunt Loretta, thank you so much for the awesome pants. How did you know that I wanted that for Christmas? I love the way the pants look on my legs. All my friends will be so jealous that I have my very own pants. Thank you for making this the best Christmas ever. Sincerely, Greg. And he literally did fill it out like an ad-lib. Just used it like a little template. Friday. I finally knocked Riley off of the big wheel today, but it didn't happen the way I expected. I was trying to hit him in the shoulder, but I missed and the football went under the front tire. Riley tried to break his fall by sticking out his arms, but he landed pretty hard on his left hand. I figured he'd just shake it off and get right back on the bike, but he didn't. I tried to cheer him up, but all the jokes that usually crack him up weren't working, so I knew he must be hurt pretty bad. Aww. And Greg trying to cheer him up. Hey, look at me. I'm your dad, Dar. And then he's just crying, sniffling. Monday. Christmas vacation is over, and now we're back at school. And you remember Riley's big wheel incident? Well, he broke his hand, and now he has to wear a cast. And today, everyone was crowding around him like he was a hero or something. Does it still hurt? A little, I guess. You poor thing. I tried to cash in on some of Riley's new popularity, but it totally backfired. I'm the one who broke his hand. You meanie. At lunch, a bunch of girls invited Riley over to their table so they could feed him. What really ticks me off about that is that Riley is right-handed, and it's his left hand that's broken, so he can feed himself just fine. Tuesday. I realized Riley's injury thing is a pretty good racket, so I decided it was time for me to have an injury of my own. I took some gauze from home and I wrapped it up under my hand to make it look like it was hurt. It's a raging infection caused by a splinter that was left untreated, Greg says to the girls. I couldn't figure out why the girls weren't swarming me like they swarmed Riley. Then I realized what the problem was. See, the cast is a great gimmick because everyone wants to sign their name on it, but it's not exactly easy to sign with gauze with a pen. So I came up with a solution that I thought was just as good. And then he asked, would you like to be the first one to sign my sympathy sheet? But that idea was a total bust too. My bandage did end up attracting attention from a couple of people, but believe me, they were not the type of people I was going for. And then it's Fregley. Can I peek at your infection? Go away. Monday. Last week, we started the third quarter at school, so now I have a whole bunch of new classes. One of the classes I signed up for is something called independent study. I wanted to sign up for home economics too, because I was pretty good at home ec 1. Being good at sewing does not exactly buy you popularity points at school. Hey, look, Greg has a purse. Actually, it's an embroidered book bag. Okay, Percy. Also, hello, Biggie boy. OMGA got another stream. I'm glad you're here. I hope you're doing well, bestie. Anyway, this independent study thing is an experiment they're trying out at our school for the first time. The idea is that the class gets assigned a project, and then you have to work on it together with no teacher in the room for the whole quarter. The catch is that when you're done, everyone in your group gets the same grade. I found out that Ricky Fisher's in my class, which could be a big problem. Ricky's big claim to fame is that he'll pick the gum off the bottom of a desk and chew it if you pay him 50 cents. Ew. So I don't really have high hopes for our final grade. I used to spam these books growing up. Same, exactly. I love reading all these books like back to back. It's literally like a throwback, like such like a nostalgia trip for me. And it always like I feel like the series, like this series and Dark Diaries, I don't know, I'm sorry, like it holds up. Like they're still funny. And like the Diary of a Wimpy Kid movie, peak. I wish Dork Diaries kind of had like a live action movie like that, but honestly, I don't know if it would hold up like the same as like Diary of a Wimpy Kid, you know? It have to be paid $50 exactly. Like I don't know why these kids love lowballing, but then again, you have to think about it. It's like back when I was like a minor, like even in high school, like I thought $100 was like a lot. But now that I have a real, but now that I know better and that I have a real job, now we can realize like $100 really isn't shit. Not in this economy, it's not. Tuesday. Today we got our independent study assignment. Guess what it is? We have to build a robot. Oh my god, I could never. At first, everybody kind of freaked out because we thought we were going to have to build a robot from scratch. But Mr. Darnell told us that we don't have to build an actual robot. We just need to come up with ideas for what our robot might look like and what kind of things it would be able to do. I feel like the latest one ruined it for me. I don't know if I just grew up or something. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I never read the latest ones actually. Probably, but it probably does have to do with growing up that you kind of realize how kind of like corny like all these books actually are. I don't know. I feel like the first one is entertaining, so maybe it is just like as like he's just running out of ideas and funny ideas as he goes along, which makes sense for like installments and like book series as long as these. Black book cover one, I don't know what it is, but it didn't hit. I have to take a look at it after I'm done with stream, OMG. Or after I'm done with the reading. Cause now that makes me curious. Then he left the room and we were on our own. We started brainstorming right away. I wrote down a bunch of ideas on the blackboard. Then him smiling, all like smugly to himself. The robot would do my homework, do the dishes, make my breakfast, brush my teeth. Everyone was pretty impressed with my ideas, but it was easy to come up with them. All I did was write down all the things I hate doing myself. But a couple of girls got up to the front of the room and they had some ideas on their own. They erased my list and drew up their own plan. They wanted to invent a robot that would give you dating advice and have 10 types of lip gloss on its fingertips. All us guys thought this was the stupidest idea we have ever heard. So we ended up splitting into two groups, girls and boys. The boys went to the other side of the room while the girls stood around talking. Now that we had all the serious workers in one place, we got to work. Someone had the idea that you can say your name to the robot and it can say it back to you. Robot says, "Hi, Bob. It is very nice to meet you, Bob." But then someone else pointed that you shouldn't be able to use bad words for your name because the robot shouldn't be able to curse. So we decided we should come up with a list of all the bad words the robot shouldn't be able to say. Ruh-roh. We came up with all the regular bad words, but then Ricky Fisher came up with 20 more the rest of us had never even heard before. So, Ricky ended up being one of the most valuable contributors on this project. Right before the bell rang, Mr. Darnell came back in the room to check on our progress. He picked up the piece of paper we were writing on and read it over. To make the long story short, independent study is cancelled for the rest of the year. Well, at least it is for us boys. Always one kid with an older brother and knows too much. I'm surprised like Greg didn't know anymore, especially considering that Roderick is his older brother, you know? But you know, you gotta make the book school appropriate, I guess. So, if the robots in the future are going around with cherry lip gloss for fingers, at least now you know how it all got started. Thursday. In school today, they had a general assembly and they showed the movie It's Great to Be Me, which they show us every year. The book is all about how you should be happy with who you are and not change anything about yourself. To be honest with you, I think that's a really dumb message to be telling kids, especially the ones at my school. It just shows the bullies pushing the kids over. It's great to be me. Later on, they made an announcement that there are some openings on the safety patrols, and that got me thinking. If someone picks on a safety patrol, it can get them suspended. The way I figure it, I can use any extra protection I can get. Plus, I realize that maybe being in a position of authority could be good for me. Can we please cross the street now? Nope. We've been standing here for an hour. I went down to Mr. Winsky's office and signed myself up, and I got Raleigh to sign up too. Also, hi, Doggo, welcome in. I thought Mr. Winsky would make us do a bunch of chin-ups or jumping jacks or something to prove we were up for the job, but he just handed us our belts and badges on the spot. Mr. Winsky said the openings were for a special assignment. Our school is right next to the elementary school.
Wow.
Ow! Ow. Greg is so no, he for real is like, look at the bottom right tweet I have. Like, it's literally summarizes it up so well. Nikki, like Dork Diaries, Nikki just be writing in her book about how she's like having a crush on this guy and how mean people are. And then Greg is like, okay, Gregory, now hit the second tower. Scared the shit, dude, it scared the shit out of me. It plays loud as fuck on my computer, y'all. It scared me too. I'm right there with you. He wants us to walk the morning session kids home in the middle of the day. I realized that meant we would miss 20 minutes of pre-algebra. Raleigh must have figured that out too, because he started to miss up. But I gave him a wicked pinch underneath the desk before he could finish his sentence. And the illustration shows, but we would miss Yahoo! I couldn't believe my luck. I was getting instant bully protection and a free pass from half of algebra, or half of pre-algebra, and I didn't even have to lift a finger. Tuesday. Today was our first day at safety patrols. Me and Raleigh didn't technically have stations like all the other patrols, so that means we don't have to stand out in the freezing cold for an hour before school. That didn't stop us from coming to the cafeteria for the free hot chocolate they hand out to the other patrols before homeroom. Another great perk is that you get to show up 10 minutes late for first period. I'm telling you, I've got it made with the safety patrol thing. At 12:15, me and Raleigh left school and walked the kindergartners home. Whole trip ate up 45 minutes, and there were only 20 minutes of pre-algebra left when we got back. He's sending me, yeah, no. Leave him alone. He's trying his best not to tweak out, okay, y'all? He's trying his best not to tweak out as I read his diary out loud to all of you. Walking the kids home was no sweat, but one of the kindergartners started to smell a little funny, and I think maybe he had an accident in his pants. He tried to let me know about it, but I just stared straight ahead and kept walking. I'll take these kids home, but believe me, I didn't sign up for any diaper duty. Honestly, that's so real of him though, because yeah, I want to be dealing with all that either. Leave that to the teacher, not me. I just walk you guys. February, Wednesday. Today, it snowed for the first time this winter, and school was canceled. We were supposed to have a test in pre-algebra, and I've kind of slacked off ever since I became a safety patrol, so I was psyched. I called Raleigh and told him to come over. Me and him have been talking about building the world's biggest snowman for the past couple of years now. And when I say the world's biggest snowman, I'm not kidding. Our goal is to get into the Guinness Book of World Records. And this is his ideal giant snowman. Like, sure, buddy. Sure, buddy, you can do that. Sure. But every time we've gotten serious about going for the record, all the snow has melted and we've missed our window of opportunity. So this year, I wanted to get started right away. You guys get heavy snow where you're from. Unfortunately, like Brian, because I live on the West Coast, we don't get really any snow at all. I wish you did. I only had like one like really big like heavy snow day ever, but aside from that, that one time, like we've never gotten any heavy snow. It's only ever been like what like a light snow, and we're like snowing in the sky, but like it's like so light that like it melts off immediately. Yeah. Oz doesn't. Oh, you're an Australian piggy boy. Ooh, I like Australian accents actually. I know it's weird. Like, I don't really like British accents that much, but if you're British, literally no, like nothing on you guys. I just like I don't know. Like when it comes like down to it, I prefer American accents way more than British, but I like Australian accents a lot. I think y'all are funny, especially because like especially when y'all are vulgar as fuck. Like it's always so funny to me. I don't know. Put a shrimp on the bobby. Like I don't know. I feel like whenever like especially like when it comes to like Australian VTubers and like also the Australians I've met, they've always been so funnily vulgar. Like cunt is just like a norm like part of the normal vocab. There is what it like gives me from all the Australian beach people I've watched and talked to. They're so funny. When Raleigh came over, we started rolling the first snowball to make the base. I figured the base was going to have at least 8 feet tall on its own if we wanted to have a shot at breaking the record. But the snowball got real heavy, and we had to take a bunch of breaks in between rolls so we could catch our breath. I've heard it's like major disrespectful over in America. Yeah. I feel like cunt is like one of like is like definitely like highlighted as one of like the more like vulgar curse words, even though like all curse words are like pretty vulgar. Like cunt for some reason is like such a taboo curse word. Like it's like one of the most disrespectful words. Meanwhile, like in Australia, it's like such a like a casual thing. It's so funny to me. I love saying cunt all the time. It's always so funny. But I mean, cunty is like a normal part of American vocab now, so oh, how the times have changed. And then here's Greg and Rowley wheezing as they're pushing the snowball up. I call them made a cut. Dude, same here, bro. Same here. I know it's because it's like used as it's typically used here, I wanna say as like a very like big like misogynistic term towards women. It's like calling like a woman a bitch, but like to like the nth degree, you know what I mean? That's how it's like viewed here. I literally remember having like this exact like conversation about it with like one of my friends who was like Russian back in high school when we were in tennis together. And we kept saying cunt because we're just like, damn, that's like such a harsh word, such a harsh curse word. So like we had like our little group of like tennis kids sitting in the corner just saying cunt, and then we had a bunch of like the parents were just like looking back at us from their little chairs watching like their kids play tennis, just like giving us the side eye. During one of our breaks, Mom came outside to go to the grocery store, but our snowball was blocking her car in, so we got a little free labor out of her. And then they're fucked up making his mom push the snowball. You don't even know what it means. Damn, that's how you know it's just integrated part of Australian vocabulary. Like, y'all don't even know what it means. You guys just say it. Honestly, respect that. Respect. After our break, me and Riley pushed that snowball until we couldn't push it any farther. But when we looked behind us, we saw the mess we had made. The snowball had gotten so heavy that it tore up all the sod Dad had just laid down this fall. I was hoping it would snow a few more inches and cover up our tracks, but just like that, it stopped snowing. And then Greg says, "Uh-oh." I wouldn't be surprised if there's like dog shit out on that like snowball at this point. Our plan to build the world's biggest snowman was starting to fall apart, so I came up with a better idea for our snowball. Like all the books, Maybe I'll have to see to the end. It says in this one it has 226 pages, but I'm not sure if like that's actually like how much there is because like there's always like the end, like the acknowledgments and stuff like that, like as the extra few pages of the book. So honestly, but you're probably right though. I mean, it's around the same, basically around the same. Every time it snows, the kids from Worley Street use our hill for sledding, even though this isn't their neighborhood. So tomorrow morning, when the Worley Street kids are marching up our hill, me and Raleigh are going to teach those guys a lesson. Literally do a little snow avalanche on those kids, bro. Like again, like Greg is literally a terrorist, like a terrorist in the making. Or I'm just bullshit. I mean, it's an educated guess, but it wouldn't be too far off, though. At least it's like pretty accurate, though. At least it's like pretty accurate. He's a sociopath, yeah, no, for real. If you think about it, Greg walked so a bunch of. You know what? I'm hoping that a lot of you don't look up to Greg as like inspiration or anything. I'm sure like most of the same majority of you guys don't. I was gonna say Greg walked so that incels could run. But I don't know. Would that be too mean to say, guys? Would that be too mean to say? I'll take it back if it's too mean to say.
NEIRU, I will protect you.
Thank you, Leon. Please save me from this psychopath next to me. Nah, I think that's fine. Because it's like it's low-key accurate though, right?
You told me think about it, well, I did.
I don't wanna feel a thing anymore. Thursday. When I woke up this morning, the snow was already starting to melt, so I told Raleigh to hurry up and get down to my house. While I was waiting for Raleigh to show up, I watched Manny trying to build a snowman out of the piddly crumbs of snow that were left over from our snowball. It was actually kinda pathetic. And then, oh, it's kinda cute though. He really does have like the tiniest little snowman next to him. It's so cute. I really couldn't help doing what I did next, which was, and he literally kicked his snowman in front of him. That's so fucked up. Also, hi Pablo, welcome in, Bessie, welcome. Unfortunately for me, right at that moment, Dad was at the front window. Dad was already mad at me for tearing up the sod, so I knew I was in for it. I heard the garage door open, and I saw Dad coming outside. He marched right out carrying a snow shovel, and I thought I was going to have to make a run for it. But Dad was heading for my snowball, not me, and in less than a minute, he reduced all our hard work for nothing. Lucky that would piss me off so much. Actually, Heike, because like, damn bitch, I spent some time making that shit, you know? Raleigh came by a few minutes later. I thought he might actually get a kick out of what happened. But I guess he had his heart set on rolling that snowball down the hill, and he was really mad. But get this, Raleigh was mad at me for what Dad did. Yeah, like what the heck, Raleigh? I told Raleigh he was being a big baby, and we got in a shoving match. Right when it looked like we were going to get in an all-out fight, we got ambushed from the street. Oh shit. It's literally at that one episode of SpongeBob where they're in Sandy's house, or like, oh no, it was the snowball. Do you guys remember the snowbite or the snowball fight episode from SpongeBob? I keep saying snowbite. Oh my god. Like, I don't know. I keep fumbling my words right now. But like the one where like Patrick kept getting like the snowballs, like multiple snowballs just like thrown into his mouth, and it was just like caking in on him. It reminds me of that episode. Like that little shit. Manny, retweet, dude. Manny, like, ooh, I don't know. I need to see Manny biting the curb in 4K. There's just something about him. Like, yeah, he needs to be taken down immediately. I hate that bitch. It was a hit and run by the Whirly Street kids. And if Mrs. Levine, my English teacher, was there, I'm sure she would have said the whole situation was ironic. Wednesday, 1 to 100 real quick. Exactly, dude. Exactly. 0 to 100. Wednesday. Today at school, they announced there's an opening for the cartoonist job in the school paper. There's only one comic slot, and up until now, this kid named Brian Little has been hogging it all to himself. Brian has this comic called Wacky Dog, and when it started off, it was actually pretty funny. But lately, Brian's been using his strip to handle his personal business. I guess that's why they gave him the axe. And it says, Wacky Dog by Brian Little. Hey, Wacky Dog, say something funny. Actually, I have something serious on my mind today. Susan Lim, if you're reading this, Brian is very sorry he kissed your best friend Rachel behind the lockers. He hopes you can find it in your heart to forgive them. P.S. Barry Palmer, you still owe Brian $5, bum. Dang. Like, imagine cheating at that young. Like, you're still 12 years old. What you doing cheating? Like, what the fuck? They teach it to him way too young. They teach it to him way too young, bro. As soon as I heard the news, I knew I had to try out. Wacky Dog made Brian Little a celebrity at our school, and I wanted to get in on some of that kind of fame. I had a taste of what it's like to be famous at my school when I won honorable mention in this anti-smoking contest they had. All I did was trace a picture from one of Roderick's heavy metal magazines, but luckily, no one ever found out. And then it just says, it's a zombie that says, "Don't smoke, or you'll look like me." The kid who won first place is named Chris Carney, and what kind of ticks me off is that Chris smokes at least a pack of cigarettes a day. And it's just a drawing that says, "Don't smoke." It's a joke. Thursday. Me and Riley decided to team up and do a cartoon together. So, after school today, he came over to my house and we got to work. We banged out a bunch of characters real quick, but that turned out to be the easy part. When we tried to think up some jokes, we kind of hit a wall. I finally came up with a good solution. I made up a cartoon where the punchline of every strip is "Suey Mama." That way, we wouldn't get bogged down with having to write actual jokes, and we would concentrate on the pictures. Iconic Suey Mama. For the first couple of strips, I did the writing and drew the characters, and Raleigh drew the boxes around the pictures. Step on a crack, break your mama's back. Yeah, right. And then the doctor says, "Hey, Timmy, your mother slipped on a banana peel, and P.S., she's dead. Suey Mama." Raleigh started complaining that he didn't have enough to do, so I let him write a few of the strips. But to be honest with you, there was a pretty obvious drop in quality once Raleigh started doing the writing. I've been waiting 3 hours to get a hamburger. Finally, 1 hamburger, please. Sorry, sir. We're all out. And then he just dies. Gag his hamburger. Suey Mama. Honestly, so real. Me whenever I don't have my daily Dr. Pepper, dude. Eventually, I got kind of sick of the Suey Mama idea, and I pretty much let Raleigh take over the whole operation. And believe it or not, Raleigh's drawing skills are worse than his writing skills. Oops, I stepped on a puddle. At least it's not an acid puddle. Ay, it is an acid puddle. Suey Mama. I told Raleigh maybe we should come up with some new ideas, but he just wanted to keep writing Suey Mamas. Then he packed up with his comics and went home, which was fine by me. I don't really want to be partnered up with a kid who doesn't draw noses anyways. I got to go grab some dinner. See you later. Of course. Goodbye, Vicky Boy. Thank you again for dropping by, bestie. Thank you. I'll see you again soon. Even the IRS claims my ass. Right, guys. I still gotta file my taxes. I haven't been doing it because I've been lazy. When do you have to file your taxes by? Hold on, let me see. I'm probably gonna do it like later this week. It's like in March, right? Or like, oh no, tax deadline April 15th each year. But okay, yeah, April 15th. That's like plenty of time, I guess. Then, yeah, no, bitch. Like, why am I even fucking tripping, dude? I don't even gotta do that shit. I'm probably gonna do it next month. Honestly, if we're gonna be actually honest. All right, moving on. Friday. After Rally left yesterday, I really got to work on some comics. I came up with this character called Creighton the Cretan, and I got on a roll. Creighton the Cretan by Greg Heffley. Hi, my name is Creighton. No, it isn't. Your name is Stuart Pidd. Oh, hi, I'm Stu Pidd. Har 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 har. Yeah, no, that kind of that's kind of body by Zooey Mama, if we're gonna be honest. I must have banged out 20 strips, and I didn't even break a sweat. I wonder what's in this cute little box. That's not a box, that's a brick, you dumb moron. Oops, I've been trying to open it all day. Doctor, can I have a new butt? My old one has a crack in it. Creighton, I told you a million times, everyone's butt has a crack in it. Oh yeah, I forgot. The great thing about these Creighton the Cretan comics is that with all the idiots running around my school, I will never run out of new material. Does he just use them as like inspiration? When I got to school today, I took my comics to Mr. Ira's office. He is the teacher who runs the school newspaper. But when I went to turn my strips in, I saw that there was a pile of comics from other kids who were trying out for the job. Most of them were pretty bad, so I wasn't worried about the competition. And then Girls Rule by Tabitha Cutter and Lisa Russell. Don't walk near our lunch table, Tyler Green. Yeah, you're not even cute. The graphics for this is actually really cute. I like the way that they drew their stick figures. Kind of reminds me of like the nematodes from SpongeBob. The big ass eyes. And then he trips. Girls Rule. Next one, Extreme Skaters. Oh my goodness, this literally looks like the. You guys remember like what's it called? Was it funbrain.com? Like the site that everyone used to go in that like the creator of Diary of a Kid made. I think he literally made like a game. I forget what it's called. He made a game where it was like exactly in this like the stick figure style. And it was like an action game or like a platformer, I think. It was really cool. I really liked it. I'm gonna do this rad jump. Yo, dude, watch out for that telephone wire. Whatever. Here I go. Darn, head sliced by the telephone wire. Then it falls, and then his head falls first. Bonk. Ouch. I sure am glad I wore my helmet. The end. One of the comics was called Dumb Teachers, and it was written by this kid named Bill Tridd. Bill is always in detention, so I guess he has a bone to pick with just about every teacher in the school, including Mr. Ira. Excuse me. So, I'm not too worried about the chances of Bill's comic getting in either. Hey, Mr. Ira, you pooped your pants again. Nuh-uh. Stink lines, in parentheses, from the poop. Yeah, huh? There are actually one or two decent comics in the bin, but I slipped them under a pile of paperwork on Mr. Ira's desk. Hopefully, those ones won't turn up until I'm in high school. Thursday. Today, during morning announcements, I got the news I was hoping for. And the new cartoonist for the school paper is Greg Heffley. The paper came out today at lunchtime, and everyone was reading it. I really wanted to pick up a copy to see my name in print, but I decided to just play it cool for a while instead. I sat at the end of the lunch table so there would be plenty of room for me to start signing autographs for my new fans. But nobody was coming over to tell me how great my comic was, and I started to get the feeling something was wrong. I grabbed a paper and went into the bathroom to check it out. And when I saw my comic, I practically had a heart attack. Mr. Ira told me he had made some minor edits to my comic. I thought he just meant fixing spelling mistakes and stuff like that, but he totally butchered it. The comic he ruined was one of my favorite ones too. In the original, Creighton the Cretan is taking a math test and he accidentally eats it, and then the teacher yells at him for being such a moron. By the time Mr. Ira was done with it, you practically couldn't recognize it as the same strip. What the fuck? Oh my god!
1,000
Marsha,
follows
thank you again
amused.
for the resub. We reached 1,000? Oh my god, it didn't even tell me. It didn't even tell me we reached our follower goal of 1,000. What the heck? Is it, wait, are you for real right now? Or are you teasing me? No way! Oh my goodness, guys, we reached 1,000 followers! We reached our goal! Woohoo! Oh my god! Wait, pause for a second. What the fuck? Dude, that's so fucked up. Twitch didn't even tell me. Like, you know when it usually tells you, like, it says the follower goal and it gives you the confetti? It didn't even tell me that. For such a big, like, milestone, too. What the heck? Oh my god, okay. Guys, I'm gonna save my sappiness for the end. We're legit almost done with Diary on Kid. And then afterwards, that's when I'm gonna start being all sappy and stuff like that. Oh my god, guys, I'm so happy right now. You guys don't even fucking get me started. But I promise I'll finish the book first. I'll finish the book first, and then we can get to screaming and stuff like that. Just to finish the book for everyone that's actually tuned in for the book reading. But yay! Creighton the Curious Student by Gregory Heffley. Could have changed from Creighton to the Curious Student too. Teacher, if x plus 43 equals 89, then what would x be? Creighton, x would be 46. Thanks. Kids, if you want to learn more about math, be sure to visit Mr. Humphrey during his office hours, or visit the library and check out the newly expanded math and science section. So, I'm pretty sure I won't be signing autographs anytime soon. And Greg getting bullied and shoved, being called a teacher's pet. March, Wednesday. Me and Raleigh were enjoying our hot chocolate in the cafeteria with the rest of the patrols today, and there was an announcement on the loudspeaker. Raleigh Jefferson, report to Mr. Winsky's office immediately. Raleigh went down to Mr. Winsky's office, and when Raleigh came back 15 minutes later, he looked pretty shaken up. Apparently, Mr. Winsky got a call from a parent who said they witnessed Raleigh terrorizing the kindergartners when he was supposed to be walking them home from school. Mr. Winsky was really mad about it. Raleigh said Mr. Winsky yelled at him for about 10 minutes and said his actions disrespected the badge. You know, I think I might just know what this is all about. Last week, Raleigh had to take a quiz during 4th period, so I walked the kindergartners home on my own. It had rained that morning, so there were a lot of worms on the sidewalks, so I decided to have some fun with the kids. And then it's Greg chasing them with a worm on stick. Yeah, no, Greg is legit the biggest menace terrorist ever, bro. This guy is like genuinely a villain, just wants to be evil for no reason. Of course, like, no, for real, of course, like, spam that shit, I swear, every single fucking time. But some neighborhood lady saw what I was doing, and she yelled at me from her front porch. It was Mrs. Irvine, who was friends with Rowley's mom. She must have thought I was Rowley because I was borrowing his coat, and I wasn't about to correct her either. Rowley Jefferson, the principal is going to hear about this. Yes, ma'am. I forgot about the whole incident until today. Anyway, Mr. Winsky told Rowley he's going to have to apologize to the kindergartners tomorrow morning and that he's suspended from patrols for a week. I knew I should probably just tell Mr. Winsky it was me who chased the kids with the worms, but I wasn't ready to set the record straight just yet. I knew if I confessed, I'd lose my hot chocolate privileges, and that right there was enough to make me keep quiet for the time being. At dinner tonight, Mom could tell something was bothering me, so she came up to my room afterward to talk. I told her I was in a tough situation, and I didn't know what to do. I got to give Mom credit for how she handled it. She didn't try to pry and get all the details. All she said was that I should try to do the right thing, because it's our choices that make us who we are. I figure that's pretty decent advice, but I'm still not 100% sure what I'm going to do tomorrow. Thursday. Well, I was up all night tossing and turning over this Rowley situation, but I finally made up my mind. I decided the right thing to do was to just let Rowley take one for the team this time around. And it's Rally apologizing to all the kids. And they're all confused because they're like, this isn't the bitch that yelled at us and started chasing us around with the stick. On the way home from school, I came clean with Rally and told him the whole truth about what happened and how it was me who chased down the kids with worms. Then I told him there were lessons we could both learn from this. I told him I learned to be more careful about what I do in front of Mrs. Irvine's house, and that he learned a valuable lesson too, which is this: be careful about who you lend your coat to. To be honest with you, my message didn't seem to be getting through to Rowley. We were supposed to hang out after school today, but he said he was just going to go home and take a nap. Couldn't really blame him, because if I didn't have my hot chocolate this morning, I wouldn't have had much energy either. When I got home, Mom was waiting for me at the front door. Did you do the right thing? Yeah, Greg says. Mom took me out to get some ice cream as a special treat. And that's what this whole episode has taught me, is that every once in a while, it's not such a bad idea to listen to your mother. Tuesday. There was another announcement on the loudspeaker today, and to be honest with you, I kind of figured this one was coming. Greg Heffley, please report to Mr. Winsky's office. I knew it was just a matter of time before I got busted for what happened last week. When I got to Mr. Winsky's office, he was really mad. Mr. Winsky told me that an anonymous source had informed him that I was the real culprit in the worm chasing incident. Then he told me I was relieved of my safety patrol duties, effective immediately. Well, it doesn't take a detective to figure out that the anonymous source was Rowley. I can't believe Rowley went and backstabbed me like that. While I was sitting there getting chewed out by Mr. Winsky, I was thinking, I need to remember to give my friend a lecture about loyalty. Yeah, Greg is the biggest hypocrite ever, oh my god. Later on today, Rowley got reinstated as a patrol, and get this, he actually got a promotion. Mr. Winsky said Rowley had exhibited dignity under false suspicion. I thought about really letting Rowley have it for ratting me out like that, but then I realized something. In June, all the officers in the safety patrols go on a trip to Six Flags, and they get to take along one friend. I need to make sure Rowley knows I'm his guy. Tuesday. Like I said before, the worst part of getting kicked off safety patrols is losing your hot chocolate privileges. Every morning, I go to the back door of the cafeteria so Rowley could hook me up. But either my friend has gone deaf or he's too busy kissing the other officers' butts to notice me at the window. Then there's Greg tapping at the door. Psst, psst. In fact, now that I think of it, Rowley has been totally giving me the cold shoulder lately. And that's really lame, because if I recall correctly, he is the one that sold me out. Yeah, Rowley's a rat. Even though Rowley has been a total jerk lately, I tried to break the ice with him today anyway. But even that didn't seem to work. Threw a snowball at his face. I would be pissed too. April. Friday. Ever since the worm incident, Rowley has been hanging out with Colin Lee every day after school. What really stinks is that Colin is supposed to be my backup friend. Those guys are acting totally ridiculous. Today, Rowley and Colin were wearing these matching t-shirts, and it made me just about want to vomit. It's a matching best friends t-shirt. After dinner tonight, I saw Rowley and Colin walking up the hill together, chumming it up. Colin had his overnight bag, so I knew they were going to do a sleepover at Rowley's. And I thought, well, two can play at that game. The best way to get back at Rowley was to get a new best friend of my own. But unfortunately, the only person who came to mind right at that moment was Fregley. I went up to Fregley's with my overnight bag so Rowley could see I had other friend options too. When I got there, Fregley was in his front yard, stabbing a kite with a stick. That's when I started to think maybe this wasn't the best idea after all. Here's the illustration of Fregley just panting as he's has a stick in his hand. What a freak, bro. What a freak. But Rowley was in his front yard and he was watching me, so I knew that there was no turning back. I invited myself into Fregley's house. His mom said she was excited to see Fregley with a playmate, which was a term I was not too enthusiastic about. Me and Freckly went upstairs to his room. Freckly tried to get me to play Twister with him, so I made sure I stayed 10 feet away from him at all times. I decided that I should just pull
You're
the
hot.
plug on the stupid idea.
I
Thank you
love
so
you.
much for the follow. You're so hot and sexy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I decided that I should just pull the plug on this stupid idea and go home. But every time I looked out the window, Riley and Colin were still in Riley's front yard. I didn't want to leave until those guys went back inside, but things started to get out of hand with Freckly pretty quickly. When I was looking out the window, Freckly broke into my backpack and ate the whole bag of jelly beans I had in there. Freckly's one of these kids who's not supposed to eat any sugar, so 2 minutes later, he was bouncing off the walls. Bro, this illustration, dude. Yeah, no, Freckly is tweaking, bro. Like, he's like, do you guys see that? He's like shaking. He's like shaking, like, in his illustration. Like, this bro, like, someone put crack into these jelly beans, I swear. Freckly started acting like a total maniac, and he chased me all around his upstairs. I kept thinking he was going to come down off his sugar high, but he didn't. Eventually, I locked myself in his bathroom to wait him out. My God. Around 11:30, it got quiet out in the hallway. That's when Freckly slipped a piece of paper under the door. I picked it up and read it. Dear Gregory, I'm very sorry I chased you with a booger on my finger. Here, I put it on this paper so you can get me back. That's the last thing I remember before I blacked out. I would have blacked out too, honestly. Like, oh, I don't know how I would have recovered from that. I came to my senses a few hours later. After I woke up, I cracked the door open, and I heard snoring coming from Freckly's room. I decided to make a run for it. Mom and Dad were not happy with me for getting them out of bed at 2 in the morning. By that point, I could really care less. And he was literally throwing rocks at their window too, like what the fuck? At that point, I would just, like, ring the doorbell. Or knock on the door. Just knock on it. Monday. Well, me and Riley have officially been ex-friends for about a month now. To be honest with you, I'm better off without him. I'm glad I can just do whatever I want without having to worry about carrying all that dead weight around. Lately, I've been hanging out in Roderick's room after school and going through his stuff. The other day, I found one of his middle school yearbooks. Roderick wrote on everybody's picture in his yearbook so you can tell how he felt all about the kids in his grade. This is jerk, cool. That's so real. Dude, I remember back in elementary school, like in second grade, there were so many like kids that were like mean to me or didn't like me, and like we had like a school trip together, and I felt so alone during that trip because like I felt like I was kind of alienated by the entire class because like I was like the only like Asian kid there too, and so like it's so fucking sad when you think about it. It's like depressing. I have like a picture
They're
from that
coming,
same
and
trip.
so am I.
Oh my god, Asters! Babe! Thank you so much! Yes, it's so nice seeing you, Lexi! Welcome, and hello, readers! My name is NAKAYAMA. I'm a Y2K-inspired gyaru VTuber. And right now we are finishing up Diary of a Wimpy Kid. We only got so many pages left. We got like 10 or so pages left. I'm so excited! And of course, Raiders and Lexi, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate you guys, and thank you for bringing your community over here. But if you guys are tired after stream or you guys have other priorities you guys gotta tend to, that is a-okay. You guys can feel free to do so. But if you guys just want to have some background noise for a little bit, or you just want to see how Diary of a Wimpy Kid ends out, I'd really appreciate if you stayed. And thank you again, Asters, for raiding. Let me give you a shout out before I forget. Oof. Thank you. Every once in a while, I see Roderick's old classmates around town, and I have to remember to thank Roderick for making church a lot more interesting. And then here's Greg, like looking over at one of the random guys in high school and thinking, jerk. Where I fall? Yes. Well, I am Filipino and I am from Cali, so most likely yes. I need a dip for now, but I hope you're doing well. Of course, no problem. I hope you have a good rest of your evening, Asterisk. Thank you so much. Thank you. But the page in Roderick's yearbook that's really interesting is the class favorites page. That's where they put pictures of kids who get voted most popular and most talented and all that. Roderick wrote on his class favorites page too. Most likely to be seen. Kathy Newman's fool, but Bill Watson, just a nerd. You know, this class favorites thing has really got my gears turning. If you can get yourself voted onto the class favorites page, you're practically an immortal. Even if you don't live up to what you got picked for, it doesn't really matter because it's on permanent record. People still treat Bill Watson like he's something special, even though he ended up dropping out of high school. Oh wow. We still run into him at the food barn every once in a while. And then he says, "Will that be paper or plastic, ma'am? Ain't not too much on Bill for dropping out of school, you know. Everyone got shit on their plate, you know. Not like life doesn't go exactly the way you expect it, you know? You never know when you're gonna be an adult working a minimum wage job, even though you're an honor student. AKA me." So, here's what I'm thinking. This school year has been kind of a bust, but if I can be voted as a class favorite, I'll go out on a high note. I've been trying to think of a category I have a shot at. Most popular and most athletic are definitely out, so I'm going to have to find something that's a little more in reach. At first, I thought maybe I should wear really nice clothes for the rest of the year so I can get best dressed. But then that would mean I would have to get my picture taken with Jenna Stewart, and she dresses like a pilgrim. Not too much on pilgrim core clothes. Like, watch it just be like regular, like cottagecore clothes. Hey, Jenna Stewart, like her clothes are in right now. It's called Dark Academia, actually. Wednesday. Last night I was lying in bed and it hit me. I should go for class clown. It's not like I'm known for being real funny at school or anything, but if I can pull off one big prank right before voting, that could do it. And then put a thumbtack on a teacher's desk. I don't know, if I sat on a thumbtack, yeah, no, oh my god. That sounds so painful, like, the more I think about it. Like, stepping on it or sitting on it, ow. That's honestly so cruel to do. Which diary is this? This is just book 1. So this is the very first book. But we're about, like, at a close with it. We're at page 207. There's only 226 pages. So we're so close to ending the book already. But don't worry, the VOD will be up. I am planning on uploading this VOD on YouTube too. So if you guys are ever interested in re-listening to this VOD again, be sure to follow my YouTube because I'll be uploading it on there too. It would be my villain's right. It would be my villain origin story. Like that's all that would give me all the motivation I need to be more successful than my enemies. Like that would be my 13th reason. Like here, bitch, this is your tape. I say to whoever put the thumbtack on my seat. May, my birth month. Thursday. Today, I was trying to figure out how I was going to sneak a thumbtack onto Mr. Worth's chair in history when he said something that made me rethink my plan. Mr. Worth told us that he has a dentist appointment tomorrow, so we're going to have a substitute. Subs are like comic gold. You can say just about anything you want, and you can't get in trouble. And then here's the illustration. If I had a job teaching kids, yeah, no, understandable, especially like with how much more disrespectful and like also like high-key like rude and like illiterate kids that we have now, like the Gen Alpha kids, like, oh brother, like you would have to pay me a like, and with the teacher salary too, like, yeah, hell no. I give teachers, whoever's working as teachers and working in education, I give them a lot more kudos because yeah, that's a tough job to have. I couldn't be able to work with all those fuck ass kids. Greg Heffley, will you please do this problem? Your mama? Excuse me? Your big fanny granny? Well, I hardly think that's your slap happy grandpappy. Well, I guess they got a chuckle out of that one. Yeah, no. Like, they would have to physically stop me from wrangling these kids' neck. Like, what the fuck you just saying to me, bitch? Thumbtack with that salary. Right, like that amount of torment with that salary, not worth it. But if people want to save the future of society, they can feel free to do so as a good Samaritan. But I'm not one. Friday. I walked into my history class today, ready to execute my plan. But when I got to the door, guess who the substitute teacher was? And then, hi, honey bunches, and it was his mom. I don't know. Back in elementary school, I used to think like having your parents come over, like whether it's to drop you off some food or just like they drop you off something in middle class and then everyone in the class just says hi. I always thought that was like as like a little kid, I used to think that was so cool because I was just like, oh my god, like your mom really cares about you. You get to meet your mom. That's so cool. But like when you get into middle school and high school, I guess yeah, like it just there's that transition of from like it goes from seeing your parents at school from like cool to embarrassing. Isn't that crazy? Out of all the people in the world to be our sub today, it was mom. I thought mom's days of getting involved at my school were over. She used to be one of those parents who came in to help out in the classroom. That all changed after mom volunteered to be a chaperone for our field trip to the zoo when I was in 3rd grade. Mom had prepared all sorts of material to help us kids appreciate the different exhibits, but all anyone wanted to do was watch the animals go to the bathroom. The illustration is just them at the elephants peeing. Hee hee hee. Anyway, Mom totally foiled my plan to win class clown. I'm just lucky that there's not a category called Biggest Mama's Boy, because after today, I'd win that one in a landslide. No, it's okay. You don't have to shut up. I always enjoy reading the chat and like having my little like breaks in between reading. It's always so fun to me. You start doing that, leave me alone. Right, like, oh my god. Like right when the pheromones are starting to kick in and you're becoming like a moody adolescent. Yeah, no, like you could tell like when like it really like it hit me like hard because like I don't know, like something in my like when my you can tell when my hormones changed because I don't know if it happened for anyone else that like if like anyone else that had like has like wavy hair like mine, but like my you could tell because my hair straight up changed from having straight hair in elementary school and then when I went to middle school and my hormones like yeah, like my hair type, it changed from straight to like wavy, like super thick wavy hair. Crazy. About what you wear too and stuff. I feel like I didn't really give a fuck about what I wore for the most part in middle school. Like I just wore like a combination. It's just like it was usually just like hoodies,
You're
t-shirts,
hot.
and like either white or
I
like
love
denim
you.
pants. Thank you so much for following your son. It's sexy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But like but in high school, yeah, I got more conscious. I started being more conscious of my fashion. That's when I started getting into thrift shopping. And now, like bitch, now I would just be slaying every single day. Like in college, like bitch, I was like literally one of the most flamboyant people in college. Like I was wearing like a new outfit every day. I went all out and stuff like that. But it's mainly because like I didn't really care about what people thought of me because like it was mostly like I didn't want to blend in. It was mostly like I just wanted to like be happy in what I was comfortable with and confident. Yeah, thrifter. Ooh, do you thrift too, Plushie? Yeah, I love thrift shopping. I haven't done it in so long though because I've been trying to save up my monies for this Japan trip. I gotta tell you guys about it after we finish with the reading, but yeah, I'm saving my monies from this upcoming Japan trip, and I also save my monies because now instead of clothes, I spend all my monies on like art commissions. For my VTuber, I don't know, I love getting commissions now too much. Now it's my impulse spending habit instead of clothes. We enjoy Japan. Thank you. Yeah, I'm excited. Oh my god, I got something to tell you guys after stream. Well,
You're
I kind
hot.
of told people yesterday, but
I love
thank
you.
you so much for the follow. You're so 160. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But I'll let you guys know after. We're almost done with the book. Are you going to the Philippines this summer? Ooh, dude, my friend was like recently in the Philippines too. I want to go like one of these days so bad, like with my family one of these days. But I'm like, it's already expensive as fuck just to go to Japan. If I want to go to the Philippines though, I want to go with my family. Like, but it'll take a while to like gather my family for that. It's mainly because like I want to have someone that I know that's like close to me that I know like speaks Filipino can like kind of guide me around because I don't want to because like every single time I've talked about like potentially going to the Philippines on my own like oh I kept getting like the no-nos from my family saying oh like no it's dangerous for you, you're an American girl by yourself, you can't, no 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 no. So I should learn, yeah. I heard learning Filipino, like if you don't already like speak Tagalog or like Filipino or anything, any of the dialects, it's like hard, especially like making the sentences. Like it's a hard language apparently. So, oh, you're half. Or you're half. I see. I see. I see. Yeah, I'm full Filipino, but like I was like the only kid that never got taught like any like Tagalog. It's fucked up, dude. Like, cause like the rest of my family's from the Philippines. Like my brother and my like I guess like my parents' logic was like because like I was born here in America, I don't have a use for like Tagalog or like Filipino. But like it's just like no, dude. Like it's always a plus to make your kids bilingual. So now it's only really my cool like older brothers that are the ones that are bilingual. My second older brother, he was basically raised the rest of the time here. He only went to elementary school in the Philippines. He can still speak Tagalog, but like obviously he doesn't have a Filipino accent anymore. Oh, your sister's learning. Oh, that's so cool. Is she just doing like Duolingo or something like that? That's so cool. I need to get back on my language learning shit. I need to do that again for like Japanese. I want to get better at my Japanese before I go to Japan again. Because technically you don't need Japanese because most everyone speaks basic English there, especially like in terms of like services, like customer service jobs. So you don't really have to worry about it. But I still want to like get better at it to communicate better with people there. Anyway, Mom totally foiled my plan to win class clown. I'm just lucky there's not a category called Biggest Mama's Boy because after today, I'd win that one in a landslide. You forgot your lunch at home. Wednesday. The school paper came out again today. I quit my job as a school cartoonist after creating The Curious Student came out, and I didn't really care who they picked to replace me. But everyone was laughing at the comic page at lunch, so I picked up a copy to see what was so funny. And when I opened it up, I couldn't believe my eyes. And then one of the most iconic moments ever. It was Zooey Mama. And of course, Mr. Ira didn't change a single word of Rowley's strip. Hey, beautiful lady, do you want to go on a date with me? I am not a lady. I'm just one of those dogs with long hair, so no thanks to that date. Zooey Mama. So now Rowley's getting all the fame that was supposed to be mine. Will you put us in your comic? Sure. Heh. Even the teachers are kissing Rowley's butt. I almost lost my lunch when Mr. Worth dropped his chalk in history class and said, Zooey Mama. Monday. This Zooey Mama thing has really got me worked up. Rowley is getting all the credit for a comic that we came up with together. I figured the least he could do was put my name on the strip as a co-creator. So I went up to Rowley after school and told him that's what he was gonna have to do. But Rowley said Zooey Mama was all his idea and that I didn't have anything to do with it. I guess we must have been talking pretty loud because the next thing you knew, we attracted a crowd. Fight! 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 The kids at my school were always itching to see a fight. Me and Rowley tried to walk away, but those guys weren't going to let us go until they saw us throw some punches. Suimo, I know, right? I've never been in a real fight before, so I didn't know how I was supposed to stand or hold my fist or anything. And you could tell Rowley didn't know what he was doing either, because he just started prancing around like a leprechaun. And then this is him just prancing around. You're reading alongside the stream? Oh my god, hell yeah, you have the physical book. I wish I still had my book. I only had one of the books. I only had Cabin Fever. But I don't have it anymore, obviously. Like, my mom gave all my books away as like from my childhood, unfortunately. I was pretty sure I could take Rowley in a fight, but the thing that made me nervous was the fact that Rowley takes karate. I don't know what kind of hocus pocus they teach in Rowley's karate classes, but the last thing I needed was for him to lay me out right there on the blacktop. But before me or Rowley made a move, there was a screeching sound in the school parking lot. A bunch of teenagers had stopped their pickup truck and they started piling out. I was just happy that everyone's attention was on the teenagers instead of me and Rowley. But all the other kids took off when the teenagers started headed our way. Ruh-roh. If you guys read the OG beforehand, I'm sure you guys remember how this went down. Makes me like, oh my god, my stomach's turning, like twisting, like thinking of it. Oh, a PDF. Oh, I see. That's fine too. I was just like thinking, oh my god, like OMG, you got a physical copy. That's so epic, dude. And then I realized that these teenagers looked awfully familiar. That's when it hit me. These were the same guys who chased me and Rowley around on Halloween night, and they had finally caught up with us. Yeah, this would be my 13th reason. But before we can make a run for it, we had our arms pinned behind our backs. Those guys wanted to teach us a lesson for taunting them on Halloween night, and they started arguing over what they should do with us. But to be honest with you, I was more concerned about something else. The cheese was only a few feet from where we were standing on the blacktop, and it was looking nastier than ever. Ruh-roh. Also, hello, Detective Ledwig. Hello, hello. Thing of watching something you don't remember. I wish I could forget some songs or some shows I could be watching for the first time ever. Oh my god, same. Like, nothing hits as hard as like when you listen or watch something you absolutely love for the first time. It just doesn't. Like, that's how I feel like with like Haikyuu and stuff like that. Like all my favorites too. The big teacher must have caught my eye because the next thing I knew, he was looking at the cheese too. And I guess that gave him the idea he was looking for. Rowley got singled
Hey,
out first.
don't forget to drink water.
Thank you. Let me drink some water right now, actually, before we finish off. Rowley got singled out first. The big kid grabbed Rowley and dragged him over to the cheese. Now, I don't want to say exactly what happened next, because if Rowley ever tries to run for president and someone finds out what these guys made him do, he won't have a chance. So, I'll put it to you this way. They made Rowley blank, blank, blank the cheese. 3 blank letters. What could that mean? Yeah, dude, that would for real be my 13th reason. Like, I would have been twisting and turning before you could ever. Like, I'd rather have a broken arm than to eat that. Like, that's so disgusting. It's making my stomach turn as I'm thinking that, oh my god, ew. I knew they were gonna make me do it too. I started to panic because I knew I wasn't going to be able to fight my way out of this situation. So I did some fast talking instead. I would, but I'm allergic to dairy. And believe it or not, it actually worked. You're lucky, punk. I know. I guess the teenagers were satisfied they made their point. Because after they made Rowley finish off the rest of the cheese, they let us go. They got back in their truck and they took off down the road. Bro, that's a switch. Right, like I could never go down in my school like that. Actually, that reminds me of like a funny story. So, I think I forgot like who told me this story, but I remember that there was like there was or my friend, he actually had like a roommate before who would constantly like scratch his like balls and then sniff it whenever he wouldn't think that like my friend wasn't looking. He would just scratch his balls and then sniff it on his own as if like no one was looking, but my friend was looking. My friend could see it. And so because he witnessed that, since then he would call Oh my god, wait, I'm gonna cry thinking about it. He would call him like I think they called him like Butterfingers or something like that. Like Ballfinger. Oh my god. Or no. I think he called him just like straight up just fingers. Or finger. And then it caught on so hard, like even like the kid's mom started calling him finger. That's what this reminded me of. Me and Rowley walked home together, but neither one of us really said anything on the way back. The mom, that's what I said too. Like, that would legit, like, I would jump off a cliff. Like, you could never, if my mom started calling me that too, that's so embarrassing. I thought about mentioning to Rowley that maybe he could have pulled out a couple of karate moves back there, but something told me to hold off on that thought for right now. And then Poor Rowley was shuddering. I would be traumatized after that experience, dude. What the hell? Tuesday. At school today, the teachers let us outside after lunch. It took about 5 seconds for someone to realize the cheese was missing from its spot on the blacktop. Everyone crowded around to look at where the cheese used to be. Nobody could believe it was actually gone. People started coming up on these crazy theories about what happened to it. Somebody said that maybe the cheese grew legs and walked away. It took all of my self-control to keep my mouth shut, and if Rowley wasn't standing right there,
You're
I
hot.
honestly don't know if I could have kept
I love
quiet.
you.
Thank you so much for the follow. You're so honest, sexy. Thank you. A couple of guys who were arguing over what happened to the cheese were the same ones who were egging me and Rowley on yesterday afternoon. So I knew it wasn't going to be long before someone put 2 and 2 together and figured out that we must have had something to do with it. Rowley was starting to panic, and I don't blame him either. If the truth ever came out about how the cheese disappeared, Rowley would be finished. He'd have to move out the state and maybe even the country. That's when I decided to speak up. I told everyone that I knew what happened to the cheese. I said I was sick of it being on the blacktop, and I just decided to get rid of it once and for all. For a second there, everyone just froze. I thought people were going to start thanking me for what I did, but boy, was I wrong. I really wish I had worded my story a little differently. Because if I threw away the cheese, guess what that meant? It meant that I have the cheese touch. All the kids running away from Craig. Yeah, people did not play about the cheese touch back when I was in elementary school. You played so fervently, like people would like tag like their friends whenever they were like had their backs turned in the line and stuff like that. It was fucked up, y'all. It was fucked up. It was basically like a game of tag too, like in recess. Like in order to not get the cheese touch, you'd have to run away. That shit is lethal, yeah, no, for real. Like it just hits you when you didn't expect it. When your back, as soon as your back is turned, you never know. You always gotta keep your like me. I always try to my best to keep my fingers crossed at all times, even like if my fingers, like my hands were in my pockets. June, Friday. Well, if Riley appreciated what I did for him last week, he hasn't said it. But we started hanging out after school again, so I guess that means me and him are back to normal. Diaper rash ahead. Wahahaha. I'm laughing at Craig's car name again. Aw, they made up, low-key. I can honestly say that so far, having the cheese dish hasn't been all that bad. It got me out of doing the square dance unit in phys ed because no one would partner up with me. And I've had the whole lunch table to myself every day. Today was the last day of school, and they handed out yearbooks after 8th grade. I flipped to the class favorites page, and here's the picture that was waiting for me. Klaus Clown goes to Raleigh Jefferson. All I can say is, if anyone wants a free yearbook, they can dig one out of the trash can in the back of the cafeteria. Dang, just threw it away? Yearbooks are so expensive. That's why I never had, like, to this day, guys, like, I never bought a yearbook from my schools. Why? Because that shit is so expensive. I could never. You know, Rowley can have Class Clown for all I care, but if he ever gets too big for his britches, I'll just remind him that he was the guy who ate the blank, 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 blank. And then that's the end of Diary of a Wimpy Kid! Wow! We finished, y'all! We finished! We finished, guys! I'm so happy! Hold on. Well, since we kind of finished, I guess I could finally say, wow, we reached 1,000 followers this stream. Who would have guessed that such a big milestone for a Twitch streamer would be reached on a literal read-along of Diary of a Fucking Wimpy Kid? Yeah, it's time to celebrate. I'm so happy. Yeah, oh my gosh, guys. So, as I mentioned before, I already had like some ideas for like what would be 1,000. Oh my god, Paparak, thank you so much for the bits. Thank you. Thank you for the $1 whole of bits. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And I just want to say thank you guys. Thank you to everyone who followed and helped me reach this goal. And thank you to all of my all of my regulars who've been here with me ever since, whether you're here since the beginning or not. Like, oh my god, I want to get so cheesy, but I'm just like, we literally just finished NEIRU with the kids, so I feel like I should like save all my words for like a separate celebratory stream. But hey, at least we got an idea of what's gonna be going on tomorrow, am I right? Oh my gosh, now I gotta plan it out. But basically, I like what I always had in mind for 1K stream was I was gonna do like a little like immersion break of like a cam reveal somewhat, or I'm not sure if that's something you guys would want to would be interested in. I already kind of share my face on Twitter. I'm pretty comfortable with it, so it's like kind of think of it as like a case on like K9 Kuro type of deal where like they're comfortable showing my face. That's how
You're
I feel
hot.
comfortable too. So thank
I
you so much
love
for the
you.
follow. Thank you. You're so hot and sexy. Thank you. I'll try to tune into the next reading. Yeah. If you guys haven't joined the Discord already and you guys are a fan of these read-alongs, I will be doing polls every single week for the next book I should be reading, whether it be a series we've already started or a new book. For the most part, the options are going to be childhood stories. So if you guys do have other suggestions other than Dairobi Kid or Dork Diaries, feel free to suggest them in my Discord, and I'll take into consideration all of the suggestions as well if they're popular. So if you guys are interested in any updates pertaining to book readings, be sure to follow me on my socials, especially my Twitter and my Discord, because that's where I'm going to be updating the most about my next streams. Woohoo! But yeah, as I was saying, for my 1,000 followers stream, my plan was always to do like a little gyaru makeup tutorial, but unfortunately, I don't have any bottom lashes anymore. I used up all of my bottom lashes, so I don't know. I think I'm just gonna order some new bottom lashes, and you guys are probably going to be expect the stream to probably most likely take place on either Friday or Saturday of this upcoming week. So not today, and obviously not yesterday. So the upcoming week
You're
is
hot.
probably when I'm gonna plan it out.
I
Thank you so
love
much
you.
for the follow. You're so hot and sexy. Thank you. But yeah, Filipino gender. No, dude. I do like my bare face card. Oh my god, no. Definitely no face. Like I like without any makeup, my face card declines heavy. I'm gonna be real with you. I'd probably have to do like some like I'm probably gonna do like my foundation and stuff like that before stream because like I don't want to look too crazy before stream. I think I'm mainly just gonna do like a tutorial like on the eye makeup and stuff like that. I'll probably do my hair beforehand too, so it like kind of looks like a little done up too. But yeah, I'm so excited. And then I'll probably like do like a little bit of a pre-celebratory stream beforehand too tomorrow. I'm not sure what I should stream tomorrow, guys. So if you guys came here for the ASMR, I do my ASMR readings every week. That's something I just started recently since I started reading Dork Diaries. But ASMR isn't usually my typical content. Usually my typical content is literally yesterday's stream. So basically I'm usually like pretty like rambunctious, I guess is the right term for it. Usually pretty loud, like I'm usually pretty loud, pretty vulgar, and I'm just like
You're
unserious about
hot.
everything I play.
I love
Thank you
you.
so much to the values that 60. Thank you. Yesterday's stream, I pretty much played like this older game from the 2010s, in the early 2010s. It's from a series of the same creator. The same creator created. It's basically like a bunch of yandere games that this creator created that they're like kind of known for, and it was a game called Mix Ore. I only was able to play through one game. I'm probably gonna continue tomorrow and like probably play another game. It depends. I don't know. We'll see tomorrow. We'll see. It's definitely gonna be probably some more like games though. Games, maybe like a little just chatting Zatsudan with you guys for a little bit, and I don't know. We'll see. Whatever is fun tomorrow, I guess. But yeah, no, it was funny as fuck, y'all. Let me tell you guys right now. Like, if you guys watched the stream yesterday, like, I did not remember the dialogue choices being so unserious. Like, straight up, the dialogue choices were like the main character could either be like actually like serious, or it could be like shit. Like some of the dialogue choices include, I kid you not, like, oh shut up, bitch, to like the main girl and everything. And like it was just like Loki like verbally abusive. I was like, oh my god. Like I was like, dude. whoever translated this had such a fun time probably translating like that character. It was so funny, y'all. It was so funny. But yeah, if you guys can't already tell from the reading, I do like whenever I get chances to like play games like those. Like I don't want to say like straight up visual novels, but like games with like a lot of like a variety of characters in the cast, where I could like kind of voice act everyone. I like games like that. So maybe I'll play some more of those games tomorrow. I don't know, we'll see. It depends on what I'm in the mood for, but I'll definitely be posting on Twitter before I go live. But for you guys who are new here, I usually stream around the same time too. Around, I want to say like I started stream at like 10. I usually stream around like 8 to 10 p.m. PST here. It's 1:16 a.m. But yeah, I usually go on pretty late. That's because I know I get to meet some of you guys pretty late. But you know, pretty good timing, right? Though, because I got to read you guys a story time, most likely when you guys were like on the verge of falling asleep. So, which dialogue you choose? I'm gonna be so honest. I really did choose the unserious ones. I chose the unserious ones because I thought they were funny. So I'm excited because I only played through one of the games from that series. We still got like a lot to go through. They're like very short games. So we saw. Let me see. Let me tell you guys like some of the games. I think there's like Yanderella, which is obviously from the title itself. You guys can kind of take a gander what it's about. We got Mikoto Nikki. We got Tail, like the dark side of the Little Red Riding Hood, and the graphics of the game are all really really cute. They're like anime pixel art esque graphics. It's very very nice. It's 4:16. For me, it's 11:17 for where I am in the world. I'm in PST, so yeah, EST, EST. That sucks, bro. That sucks. I get sleeping later. Hell yeah. 11:17? No. I said 1:17. I'm pretty sure I said 1:17. Unless I accidentally tripped up my words, but I don't think I did. 1:17, I think is like I think it's 1:17 where it is for Hawaiian Standard Time actually. The only reason I know that is because I currently like work online, but like my work location is in Hawaii, so I kind of got to work around their time. So like when they get off at like 5 p.m. something, I get off at 7 p.m. Low key very tiring. And I have no like time to like really enjoy myself at the end of the day to do anything, because like rest of the time I'm like tired from work. So it's literally like that's what I'm saying. Like I reiterate it each and every time. Like working like mid shifts is low key the worst, because like at least if you work in the morning, you still have plenty of the time like throughout the rest of the day, like when you get off like in the afternoon to do something else, things are still open. Meanwhile, like and like at night shifts, like you gotta worry just about the night. That's it. And like you don't even gotta get up at like a certain time, because like you work the night shift, so you could sleep just like throughout like the day and shit like that, and like still have plenty of time to do stuff in the day. But like when you work a mid shift, like you literally have no time to do anything, because once you get off, once it's night, no food places are open. Probably people are like too tired to go out to. Like you got nothing else to do. All you can really do is just like sit there, reflect on like, damn, I'm really fucking working, and then like sleep, and then wake up again, do the same bullshit again. Yeah, no, exactly. Retweet that plushie. Retweet. Like, yeah, that's why ugh, I wish I could stream more like after work, because I do work from home, but like I'm just so tired afterwards. I just like usually like after my work days, what I do afterwards is just like I just honestly just sit. I don't know. I just kind of vibe out, like bed rot the rest of like the day in bed. Like finish off by like ordering some food, getting comfy, watching a random movie to put on, and then fall asleep. But yeah, guys, I was supposed to actually play Misai yesterday instead of the Yandere game I played yesterday. I mean, same S type game, but the reason I didn't do Misai is because I refunded Misai actually. I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna put my hands up right now. You guys can't see it, but I'm putting my hands up. I am a pussy. I do admit it. I can't do games with jump scares. I tried to before, and like, I mean, okay, a little goody two shoes was fine, but that's because like the pixel of the game, like the game graphics didn't make it too scary, but I still screamed. But I can't with 3D horror. Like I can't. I tried to play like another game before with jump scares like that. It was called Love Sam, and it was too much for me. Like I don't know, y'all. Like if you guys want to see me play like a game like a horror game like real like that, like you like at this point like y'all would have to pay me a pretty penny. Because it's like out of my own like volition and free will, like it just isn't happening. Okay, like horror movies is different from horror games though, right? Because you can typically predict when a scare is going to happen in a horror movie. And you're not the one going through that experience either, because you're watching from the point of view of like a different character, right? In a horror movie. But like it's like I feel like you can pretty easily tell like when like a jump scare is gonna happen because the music's gonna fade out and stuff like that. Like you'll like see the scene coming when it's all quiet and shit like that. Meanwhile, for a horror game, you're going through it like you don't know what to expect going in. You know what I mean? So the Nun. I already watched the Nun. I already watched. Honestly, I don't know. I feel like the Insidious movies just kept getting worse and worse throughout because I actually do really like horror movies. I watched quite a bit. I feel like the Insidious movies and like the Conjuring series, they just kept getting progressively worse and worse in quality, only relying on cheap jump scares. I'm just like James Wan. I understand that you want to continue making the bag, but like I feel like the first Insidious and the first Conjuring were pretty scary. But as like time like passed on, like the quality of the movies just got worse and worse. Yeah. No, I think like my favorite movie from like that time period, like from the 2010s, was probably Sinister. Sinister was so scary, and the jump scares were pretty damn effective, if I do say so myself. But I didn't really oh my goodness, my model lagged out for a second there. Ugh. But I didn't really like the second movie as much as the first one. I didn't really like the second movie as much. I think the first one was like way better, but the second one kind of fell through. But yeah, I think my favorite horror movies. Let me see. Actually, guys, let me show you guys my letterbox, or let me tell you guys what's on my letterbox right now. I recently watched 3 movies yesterday. I watched the Truman Show with Jim Carrey, which is basically, if you guys aren't familiar with the Truman Show, it's like a movie about. Have you guys ever like had like that thought in your head of just like has your life ever been like how do I put it like this? Has your life ever felt like so like comedically bad or something like that, that at this point like that like you were like convinced that like shit, maybe my life really is a sitcom, maybe my life really is a TV show and this is for an audience, because ain't no way I'm just living like this, you know? That's literally what the Truman Show kind of is. Like if your life really was like a TV show and everything was like kind of like curated around you in your life. Also, hello, Chef. I'm sorry, you literally just missed it. We actually finished the entire book. I read all 224 pages of Diary of a Wimpy Kid. I'm surprised I got through it this fast because, like, when I read Dork Diaries, I swear to God, Dork Diaries had less pages than this, but it took me a lot longer to get through. But then again, I think like for Diary of a Wimpy Kid, there was like a lot more illustrations in the pages. Like some of the pages in Dork Diaries, it was just like mainly it was like yeah, it was just like illustrations every other page. I want to say for Dork Diaries, it was still a lot, but like in terms of like Diary of a Wimpy Kid, like most of like the pages actually taken up by like the illustrations. So yeah. YouTuber for real. I know. I'm glad you give me the kudos. But it was fun going through though. I honestly didn't need that much motivation to get through it. I like reading through like these stories, so I was just like, I don't know. Shit was low-key tea. But yeah, let me see. Maybe I should categorize all like the horror movies I've watched.
You're
Oh
hot.
yeah, but
I
thank you
love
so much
you.
for the value, son. Thank you. Let's see. I guess I haven't watched like a horror movie recently. I was supposed to watch a horror movie yesterday. I think it started with a G, it's a recent one. It was a body horror. Let me see. I think it was called Grafted, but I wasn't in the mood to watch it at the time because like I was like I was eating like kimchi soup, and I was just like I don't think I could do a body horror while I'm eating, you know. Saw Ghost franchise. I liked the first Saw, but the rest of the Saw movies, I don't know. I feel like only the first one hit for me for the Saw series. Ghost franchise? No, not Crafted. It's called Crafted. But I want to be surprised because I feel like I never even heard of it before. Yeah, it's like when an awkward but brilliant Chinese student wins a scholarship into a prestigious New Zealand university, she finds a new way of achieving the popularity but yeah, it's this film. Here you go. But yeah, I gotta add it on my watch list again. But yeah, because like I watched like 3 movies in a row yesterday, I kind of was like tired out from watching movies too. So I don't think it's Chinese horror. I think it's like a. I think no, or I don't know if yeah no, I don't think it's Chinese horror. I think it's like yeah, it's the Substance but High School edition. I think it's in English too, but it just has like a Chinese main character. And yeah, like people are calling it like the high school version of The Substance, and The Substance is actually one of my favorite movies of this year. I loved it so much, so it's definitely on my watch list. Oh yeah, like okay, yeah, I'll say that. Like yeah, I think The Substance is like my favorite horror movie of of last year, or of the yeah, of last year. So fucking good. I don't care. Like I was hooked even though it was like a long ass movie. It was like over like what was like 2 hours 30 minutes too. I was hooked the entire time. Like I was on the edge of my seat. It was crazy good. I just really like the director and how she portrays just like women's societal struggles in her films through horror. I think it's very creative, and I don't know. I really do like Coralie Fargo's stuff. But yeah, let me see. Ooh, I watched Your Next, which is a horror movie. You guys, if you guys have ever watched that, Hard Candy, Revenge, Maxine, of course. I feel like Maxine though wasn't really horror to me. It felt more like a whodunit thriller to me versus like actual horror, which is what I thought Pearl and X were. Honestly, let me see. I think I've watched more movies than this, but I just haven't reviewed all of them. Let me see. Let me go to my films list. I see. Oh yeah, Infinity Pool. I gave Infinity Pool 2.5 stars. Sorry, I love like guys. I love. Oh my god, I'm already forgetting her name. Yeah, Mia Goth. I love Mia Goth, but Infinity Pool was honestly, it was so boring. I couldn't even fully watch it. I don't know if I think isn't I Clone Tyrone horror technically? I don't think so. Let me see. No, it's like science fiction mystery. Yeah. Nah. Let me see. I watched Nope X on here. Nope was really good. I actually really loved Nope. That's one of my favorite Jordan Peele movies. Let me see. In terms of like horror TV series, my favorite that I've ever watched to this day is The Haunting of Hill House. It's on Netflix. I recommend that to everyone. If you guys have ever watched the Netflix series You, and you guys like ever watched the second season with the infamous Love played by Victoria Pedretti, she is in The Haunting of Hill House. And yeah, she played her role really, really well. Such a great horror series. I watched other horror series too, but they just didn't hit as hard as Haunting of Hill House. It was so well made, and like I feel like everything ended perfectly. Like it was just a very satisfying series. Very like I don't know, but yeah. Let me see. Yeah, Sinister's on here. Cabin in the Woods, Conjuring. Oh yeah, Korean horror goes pretty hard too. Korean horror goes pretty hard. Actually, I think another series that I really liked in terms of horror. Let me think about it. I really liked there was a Japanese found footage film. It's called Noroi the Curse. That was a pretty freaky film. There's also The Descent. Actually, yeah, I really like The Descent too. I really like The Descent too. It was so sad though. Honestly, such a sad movie. and also The Thing, the original, the original Amogus movie. And then yeah, I actually never watched Smile. Surprisingly, I don't know. I never, or I think I, or no, I think I've watched some of the first film, but like I dropped it because everyone told me not to watch because the first was bad. But I heard the second one was good though. The one with Naomi Scott. I heard the rest of that was good. I heard that one was good, but I don't know. I haven't watched it yet. Damn. Now that I'm thinking about it, I really did watch a lot of horror movies. Oh yeah, I watched the Poughkeepsie tapes, which honestly was I kinda didn't like that. I don't know, I kinda didn't like that. Strangers. Let me see. Paranormal Activity was so boring. Us. And yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I watched the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Nightmare on Elm Street. I think Nightmare on Elm Street still one of like, maybe it's because like I'm kind of like holding on to nostalgia, but it was the scariest horror movie to me as like a kid. It always gave me nightmares as a kid for like the longest time. But yeah, I really liked Nightmare on Elm Street. I watched Friday the 13th, of course. I actually never watched the original Halloween series. I had let me see. The horror movies I watched as a kid: House of Wax, Dawn of the Dead, 28 Days Later. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, of course, The Ring, The Grudge. Whereas actually, The Grudge actually is like a really high contender for like one of my favorite nostalgic horror movies too. Especially if you guys have seen the Scary Movie series. Scary Movie 3, the parody with like The Grudge and like, or I guess it's more of The Ring, but that was so funny. Parasite. Oh yeah, I love Parasite. Oh yeah, that actually reminds me. My friends were talking about it, but the creator of Parasite, Park Jong-boon, I think is his name. Let me see. Let me make sure I'm saying it right. Or Bong Joon-ho. I'm sorry, my bad. Bong Joon-ho. He's making a new horror or new movie, and it has, from what I've seen, it has Robert Pattinson, aka Edward from Twilight, in it, and the Batman. I was hold on, let me see what it is. Yeah, I think like the trailer came out recently. It's called Mickey 17. And it's about like, yeah, like it's, yeah. Oh wait, I think it already released. It plays the Berlin Film Festival in February before opening everywhere else in March and April. And it opens in North America on March 7th. Dang. Yeah, no. I was just kind of surprised. I didn't watch the trailer yet actually, but I was just like, what the fuck? I did not expect like I did not expect Robert Pattinson to be like the last person I expected to be in his next movie was him. But yeah. Ooh, this reminds me, I gotta add, like, I was recently updating my favorite movies list on my letterbox, but I haven't finished. I have quite a bit of movies I actually really like, or like our comfort movies. That's the thing with my favorite movies list. Like, I like had to clarify, like in my list, like I know that like not everything in my favorites is like quote unquote like cinematic masterpieces, and I don't think everyone's favorites needs to be cinematic masterpieces. Genuinely, if you find comfort in a film or you just like really like a film, whether or not it's objectively good, quote unquote, like, you know what, that's still your favorite. Good for you, dude. That's how I like, because like my favorites is like a variety of things. Like some of these things are like very serious series or like, meanwhile, and then like some of them are anime movies and some of them are straight up like Disney movies for me. You love Ready Player One? Actually, I like Ready Player One too. I liked both the movie and the book. I still prefer the book though. But I understand why they couldn't obviously do everything the exact same as the book because all the copyright stuff. So yeah, it sucks. But they still did it in like portrayed and executed everything in like a unique way. So I liked it. I kind of like both of them like respectively on their own. You know what I mean? But I do prefer the book more, just because of like how much more like it goes into depth with like the 80s stuff too. But hey, kudos to the Ready Player One movie for including that Minecraft world. We're gonna be living in the Ready Player One. I feel like we're gonna be in our Ready Player One era as a society eventually, sometime soon. I mean, we should. I mean, we should be. We should be able to fuck androids by now, according to that one article we saw on Twitter. I'm sure you guys know the Twitter meme I'm talking about. So, when someone hit me up whenever they make the Leon Kennedy android, you know.
You're hot.
Thank
I
you so
love
much
you.
for the value, Sound 60. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, let me see. I think my favorite film, like my favorite films that I watched last year, other than The Substance, were Dinner in America. I really loved that film I watched last year. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind and Girl Interrupted. Those are like my favorite films that I watched for the first time last year. Like, and yeah, it's like, damn, you really if you guys haven't watched Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, you guys gotta amend that immediately. Such a beautiful film, and like, I don't know, it did such a good job executing the like the dream like visuals and stuff like that. Like, it's actually crazy, especially because like they wanted most everything practical, or like had most everything practical. That's what the creator preferred. But it's such a good movie. Like, it's one of those movies where, yes, it's like you just gotta like experiencing it for the first time. Like, you'll never experience something like it ever again. And it really does have like a very beautiful message to it, which is basically it's better, I guess, what is it? It's like better to live in love than to have never loved at all, you know? I think it's like literally the embodiment of that film. And I will have you know, like, other than Jim Carrey, I literally did not know like that they had this many like stars in the film. Because other than Jim Carrey, they also have Kate Winslet, which, if you don't remember her, she was literally in that she was the girl from the Titanic. Like, yeah, she played Rose. She was literally Rose in Titanic. They have Kirsten Dunst in there, you know, Mary Jane from Spider-Man. They have Mark Ruffalo, Elijah Wood, and Tom Wilkinson. Like, it was low-key a crazy cast, guys. It was a crazy cast. And yeah, like, it's just such a good movie. Such a good movie. And yeah, I really love Girl Interrupted too. Girl Interrupt also had an unexpectedly like stacked cast list, because I expected, you know, already like Renata Ryder and Angelina Jolie. I knew that they were gonna be in this movie, but like the rest, like I didn't like Brittany Murphy, Elizabeth Moss, like Jared Leto was in it, Whoopi Goldberg. Like, they had a lot. Like, and they also had the girl from what was it called? The I'm only a cheerleader or something, like, I don't know, the lesbian cheerleader movie from the 2000s. She was in that movie too, and she's also in Girl Interrupted. But Girl Interrupted became one of my favorites, and it just like really hit me different as, I guess, someone like also that like struggles with mental health. Because basically, Girl Interrupted, it deals with like, it's based off a memoir of a girl that was admitted to like the psych ward for like, I don't remember how much. I think it was like almost a year, 9 months, or something like that, in the psych ward. And she just recalls her experiences getting to know the girls and bonding with the girls. And it really like makes like the psych ward patients seem, it humanizes them basically. And it just like, oh my god, like the themes of the movie just hit so different, and it really like instilled in me like reminders, you know, like whenever you're struggling with mental health, you know, it helps remind me like, oh, like not to let your mental illness define who you are, or like don't be stuck thinking that's all you are if you struggle with it. You know what I mean? Because like obviously you're gonna get people that like call you crazy. Like, there's still like so much like, you know, like negative association when it comes to like saying you're mentally ill, or like, you know, being admitted to the psych ward or going to a mental hospital. And this movie really does humanize it, you know? It like makes everyone that's in there like they're not all crazy, because they're a lot more human too. But yeah. Of course, Plushie, thank you so much for coming. And actually, that brings me to my last closing sentence. That thank you guys again so much for helping me reach 1,000 followers, and thank you guys who like whether you're here for a long time watching my journey as a VTuber, or you just joined in and followed today, or however much recently, I really appreciate it, guys. Like this is like one of like the biggest milestones for me, so I'm so happy that we were able to achieve it so early on within the year. I'm gonna get all emotional and savvy about it probably when it comes to probably on a different stream. I don't know whether that stream will be tomorrow or um the next week, upcoming weekend. But I don't know, I have to curate everything because it
What the
really is
fuck?
important to me, but I don't want it to be. Thank you so much for the sub, Fletchy. Oh my god, thank you so much. Thank you. But yeah, I really appreciate everything, guys. Like I'm gonna actually make a more sentimental sappy speech later on, expressing all my gratitude and stuff like that. I feel like since I just got finished with the reading, and like it kind of like it just caught me off guard. Like you would think that they would tell me like the when I hit my like that follower goal of 1,000, but they didn't even say shit to me. Like it didn't, like nothing popped up for me, so I was like surprised. Like when you guys were the ones that had to tell me I hit 1,000, like it caught me off guard. Like I got whiplash from that. but yeah, guys, I think I am gonna turn over now because I honestly thought we were gonna like the book was gonna take a lot longer for me to read through. It only took I like finished up like 2 hours beforehand. I don't know, like needs fireworks and ribbons and shit, right? I don't know. I hope I can recreate all the excitement and stuff like that. I hope I can hype you guys up for whenever I'm gonna do my 1K, my actual 1K celebration. I don't know. I'll probably do like a little poll on my Discord if you guys haven't joined that already. You guys already know I have all the commands in my in the title if you guys need it for joining the Discord. It's just !Discord if you guys want to join it. I'm probably gonna do a poll on what I'm going to do for my 1,000 follower stream, but I'll also probably be posting on Twitter asking too. So if you guys want to have some participation on that, what we're gonna be doing for that stream, feel free to look on there. I'm probably gonna be posting it tomorrow, or quote unquote tomorrow, aka today, whenever I wake up later today. After I go to bed. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I'm probably gonna turn over now. I honestly, I don't know, or I don't know of how much, if I should just keep yapping or if I should just turn over now. Sleep schedule cook like that. Honestly,
You're
I
hot.
prefer my sleep schedule cook.
I
Thank you
love
so much
you.
for the value. You're so hot and sexy. Thank you. Honestly, I prefer my sleep schedule fuck because like I feel like when my sleep schedule like I go on later at night, like at times like this, like I feel like it's like, I meet a lot more of you guys when it's later at night. Why is it like that? I don't know. Like shrug shoulders, like I have no idea. Like I guess it's just like my audience comes out peak at night. Like I guess y'all just want to turn me on while you guys sleep, and honestly, I don't have a problem with that as long as you guys are mostly able to tune. Because I know like throughout the days, like people have work and stuff like that. So I mean, me too. So I would also too only tune into my favorite streamer after I'm done with work, you know. But yeah. Oh, I was also going to discuss, yeah, okay. Other than the Truman Show, I also watched a movie named Zola, and basically, it's based off this insane Twitter thread, basically about a girl that met this other girl who's also like they're both strippers at her other job as a waitress, and then the girl invites her to go with her to Florida because the clubs there they can make like a lot of money, and she basically reels the main our teller, the main girl, she basically ropes her into uh ropes her basically into trapping, which is basically, prostitution. And like they get themselves in a lot of shenanigans, I'll just say that. And yeah, very interesting movie. It's an A24 movie. So there was unexpected, I thought it was just gonna be more like light-hearted comedic type of movie, but they actually made it very serious in some parts, which I honestly like credit to like A24. They always manage to do like some like dreamy, serious sequences in their films, like or like kind of like eerie sequences, I guess you could say. I don't know. But yeah, actually, I really liked that. Or I enjoyed that one. That was a fun watch. But the last movie that we watched, honestly, was such a disappointment. I kind of like it ended me on like a bad note, like a bad mood, because it was like the only movie I watched out of the three that like actually sucked, and it was the movie we ended on too. and it was one that I kept hearing like people rave about. I was so disappointed. It was Anora. It was like the genre is supposed to be, I guess, romance, drama, romance. Yeah, it's definitely more of like a drama movie. I'll say that right now. But I don't know, like Mikey Madison, the girl from Scream, who also starred in this movie, she did a great job portraying her character. But I just personally like the second half, like the first half of the movie, Honora was great. The second half, just I personally felt like it fell off so quickly because after like the main guy, like I don't know, like basically something happens with the main guy, and like after that happens, like it just kind of becomes so boring after that. Like I personally feel like a lot of scenes were dragged out for way too long. It was uninteresting. I wasn't like I was skipping throughout scenes, and like the way it ended just was so unsatisfying for me personally. Like I don't know. Because of that, like I gave it like a 2.5 stars. And honestly, it's like kind of like I don't know. I gave it 2.5 stars at the end of it. Let me see. In terms of like the other reviews, like from what I watched, I think I gave Sola a 3.5, and I'm gonna say this right now, 3 stars is not bad to me. Like a 3 stars, I want to say the way I rate my movies is like 5 stars is obviously best of the best, like one of my favorite movies, good message, good like cinematography, like objectively a good movie, like objectively a good movie. 4.5 stars is like it's like there's some like minor things I might have like not entirely loved about it, like I guess, but like overall, like I still like this is a top contender for like one of my top movies, like very good movie to me personally. 4 stars is like it's still like it's not perfect, but it was still like very enjoyable for me, like still very enjoyable for me. 3.5 stars is like it's not really the greatest, but I personally still very much enjoyed it. 3 stars for me is like it it was just a movie. It's just a movie. It's just there. I watched it. Not really like it's like it wasn't outstanding for me, but it's not bad basically. 2.5 stars is like pretty mediocre. 2 stars is like, yeah, this is getting pretty bad. It wasn't great. And then 1.5 star, 1 star. You guys probably already tell. Yeah, not the greatest. So that's personally how I rank my movies. I know some people are like always like so different. Yeah, 2.5. Yeah, 2.5 is like, yeah, it's like not great. It's like mediocre type movie. But like 3 stars, 3 stars is like, yeah, that's a movie. And it was all right. Like I guess 3 stars like my like just like the standard, I guess, for movies for me. 3 stars. But let me see. What movies were my are like my absolute favorites? I think, but like even like my favorite movies, like not all of them are 5 stars because I don't necessarily like have like a bunch of 5 star like a lot of my favorite films, yeah, they're not like objectively the greatest, like in terms of like oh like story, like plot, like yeah, they're not the greatest, but I still personally really love them. So it doesn't even like whether or not like movie like I rank it like insanely like good or bad, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day because I could still find comfort in it, and that's all that matters, right? So also, hi Samantha, welcome in. Like I feel so bad because I feel like I'm like probably gonna end stream soon because I feel like I've been yapping way too much about movies. I'm trying to think of any other interesting thing I have in my life, but like it's just like nope. Like bro, like all I've been doing is like working like a dog. Oh yeah, my Japan. Okay, guys. So I talked about it with people who were there for stream yesterday, but if you guys weren't on stream, let me reiterate. So basically, I announced it on Twitter and on Discord, but I I recently bought tickets to go to Japan with my friend, and I was so happy, and I paid for it like of course my friend was paying me back, guys. Don't think that my friend's taking advantage of me. But like I was able to pay for it, fund it all on my own with my big girl money. I was so excited and happy, and I got like a bit like a nice deal. Like I got like a bundle deal, right? Like a package deal of like the flight and the hotel. And the hotel like room I booked, I kid you not, was 412 square feet. It was a whole ass suite with a nice ass bed. It's like soundproof rooms. Like it had like a balcony with a view. I was like, holy shit, this is such and it had a breakfast service too. I was like, holy shit, this is literally an amazing fucking deal. So I booked it, right? So I don't know, like later on, like the next day or like 2 days later, whatever, like I forgot which it was,
You're
but
hot.
I'm like looking through their
Cloud.
ow, ow, ow. But I was looking for. Thank you so much for the follow. You're so hot and sexy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was looking through the reviews, just like perusing because it didn't have a perfect rating. Because like usually, like if I know like a room's great, if it's as long as it's over like a 9, like a 9, like a 9 to 10 rating. It usually means, yeah, that's a good solid hotel. But the rating of the hotel was 8.9. I was surprised because like people were saying it was like clean, like it was like pretty perfect. But I wanted to know what it didn't make it like an over a 9 rating. You know what I mean? So I was looking through the reviews. Bitch, the reason it's so nice and big and so cheap is because it's a love hotel. Like, and I read one of the Japanese reviews and it literally said condoms were falling out of the bed. Like, and no, dude, like, okay, like, even if the fucking room was clean, girl, I am not staying in a love hotel for 14 fucking days. Like, babe, as a gyaru too, I know for a fucking damn fact, like, people there would have, like, that would have just confirmed that I was a whole fucking prostitute skank. Going in and out of, like, not only do I have darker skin and like I dress them up in like cunty like slay clothes, like, you know, dressing up like a hoe, but like, bitch, I'm going in and out of this fucking love hotel. Like, dude, it would be so over for me. Like, I would like they would think I'd be walking the walk of shame every single day. So I had to like cancel. Yeah, no, I had to cancel the tickets because I was like, yeah, no, I'm not comfortable with staying in a love hotel. Like that would be uncomfortable. I don't want that like on me. Like, I don't know. So I had to cancel the ticket. So now like I have to wait for like all my payments to process through, my refunds to process through, and so I could buy new tickets again. Because I still want a good bundle. There were still other ones, but I had to cancel this one. It's just like it won't let you change it manually. You have to fully cancel it and wait for your payments. So it's kind of annoying, but it's whatever. I mean, it gets to make sense, right? But yeah. that was something funny that that happened to me, I guess, in the past few days. I was literally like, what the fuck? I told my friend and we are literally laughing so hard about it, dude. You're laughing so fucking hard about it. That would have been so funny if that actually like it would have like I actually like if I found that out like later on, like when we landed there, I would have been so gagged, bitch, you wouldn't even know. I'd literally be so fucking gagged. And apparently, like, also in the reviews, I read that, like, they're like, they also had, like, fucking sex toys and shit, like, in the, like, the mini bar where you're supposed to, like, buy your stacks and stuff. That would have been so fucking funny. I saw that was one of the first things I saw when you open your fucking hotel room and you just see a bunch of sex toys, like fucking butt plugs and shit on the desk, and you're just like, oh! Literally, that fucking woman, that white woman saying, oh. That mean. Literally would have been fucking me. Yeah. Oh yeah. But yeah, guys, I'm so happy we reached 1,000. Guys, I have like I forgot to mention it yesterday, but like I have so many ideas ahead of time. You guys should hopefully be expecting some new outfits, wink wonk. And new models soon. I'm so excited for whenever these projects get to be finished. I also have like a couple cover projects on the way. I don't know when everything is gonna get done per se, but yeah, I don't know. It's just been hard because everyone's kind of like been getting sick recently. I don't know if that's the case for you guys. I mean, it's still fucking cold as fuck, even though we're literally, I mean, it makes sense because like January, February, we're still in winter, right? But like, yeah, it's still like super, super cold. It's like to me, like 20 to 30 degrees is very, very cold. And that's like the weather it's been like around here. And like I know like my friends in like other states stuff too, like been like actually getting like full on snow. So like in Florida it snowed recently. Isn't that crazy? Isn't it crazy? Yeah, no. It's like it's very hot here, so it's like we're more accustomed to the hot weather here versus versus how it is like versus like the cold. Like for here where I'm from, it's like 60 degrees. Ooh, give me a jacket. It's like getting pretty chilly here. I don't know. Like, give me a jacket, bitch. Like, yeah, no, it's like it usually gets very hot here, which honestly is perfect for me because I'd be dressing like a hoe anyways. But, but yeah, no. I mean, I guess here we don't really have humidity, unlike Japan or like California. It's more of like it's dry heat. So imagine like being like feeling like you're stuck in like a bacon oven, basically. I don't know. I personally prefer it over humid weather, but that's just me. I just personally don't like feeling like I'm being boiled and like I'm sweating and shit like that. But yeah, no, like here, like no humidity added. It usually like this summer has been hell, y'all. It's been like it was averaging the 110s, getting up to 120 degrees. Pretty damn hot, if I do say so myself. But I mean, it's chill though, because for the most part, everyone just stays home at everyone is just staying at home anyway. But yeah, it was so hot to the point like my friend, she literally took a video like she had like a pen in her car seat, right? And it was so hot that when she like went back to her car and like she tried to pick up the pen was like it melted, like it was like bending like over, like it was like melted over and bent over. It was so fucking funny. But yeah, that's usually like, yeah, so we definitely get like hot ass weather here. Yeah, no, like it dead ass is like a baking oven here. It gets so hot. But yeah, actually it's like kind of hot right now, honestly. Like, but maybe it's just my house. I don't know. I also have the hottest house in the room. Like, I always have the suckiest AC, like, heating in here. Like, when it's hot, when it's the summer, I get no AC and I'm fucking, like, sweating bullets. And then, like, in the winter, I'm, like, fucking curled up in the fetal position, shaking every fucking morning because it's cold as fuck. Like, I for real cannot win, dude. I cannot win. I don't know. My parents just want me to suffer for the rest of my life, I guess. But my old PC in my room. Oh, because it would heat up. Oh my god, that's funny. That's funny. That's funny. Oh my gosh. Guys, I think what you call it? I don't know. I was supposed to actually hang out with I wasn't even supposed to stream yesterday. Did I tell you guys that? I wasn't even supposed to stream yesterday. I was supposed to hang out with like some friends. Like, guys, this hangout has been getting pushed back for like the last 3 to 4 times. I was supposed to hang out with my group of friends like in January, but it keeps getting pushed back. Honestly, I'm not complaining. Like, bitch, I'm introverted as fuck. Like, okay, like shit, let me take the break. Cause yeah, when it comes to hanging out with people, I usually like kind of dread it just because I'm introverted and I just like it takes so much time because I gotta get ready, plan to get ready. Like, ugh, it just takes up so much time. But yeah, like we were supposed to hang out like 3 different times. It keeps getting pushed back. I was supposed to hang out with my friends instead of streaming yesterday on Friday, but one of my friends actually got super super sick, and so we ended up not. We were supposed to see the new SZA and Kiki Palmer movie. I really want to see it one of them days. I really want to see it. I mean, I love SZA and Kiki Palmer, but I also just been hearing that it's really good, so I'm excited to see it. Hopefully, I can still see it though when it's in theaters. But even if not, it's okay. I got my trusty online movie free site. You know what I mean? The Google search keywords online free movie watch now. But not at the same time. Or I don't know. I'm very much an introvert. Like my energy is drained like a battery when I'm with people or like the thought of being with people. But that doesn't necessarily mean I'm awkward or like antisocial, I guess. Like, because I'm still a very sociable person. Like, I'm like all for like having conversation with people and talking with people. Like, I'm really good at it. I mean, bitch, that's why I'm a streamer. Like, look at what I'm doing with you guys right now. Like, that stuff like it comes naturally to me. I guess now, like, I think I used to be awkward like back in the primary school, but like when I like got more into leadership, it like helped. Obviously, like I improved on it like immensely. and it helped me a lot. Like I consider myself a very sociable person, and whenever I tell people I'm an introvert, they're like, "Oh, Nadu, what? But you talk so easily. Like you're so easy to talk to." And I'm just like, yeah. Like even though I'm sociable, it doesn't mean that I want to socialize. Like I'm good at doing it, but does that mean I want to do it? No. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, I don't know. If there was like, I wish there was like more eventful things that happened in my life recently. I guess the only other eventful thing that happened in my life was like the last week I went to like this really fancy like shop, like sandwich shop for like with my date. I knew that these like sandwich shops, they were gonna be expensive, but like I didn't I didn't think it was gonna be $20 each and $40 for two sandwiches expensive. Like, girl, what? Over $20. Yeah, like it's like $50 for both, $40, $50 for both. I was like, what the fuck? But I got the sandwiches anyways because I don't know. I liked my date a lot, so I was just like, you know what? Fine, we can eat at this expensive ass shop. It's okay. I'll do it for you. They're lucky they're a sweetheart and a cutie pie. That's all I'm gonna say. But yeah, still very much worth it. The sandwiches are still yummy. But yeah, my sandwich, like obviously they're very fancy sandwiches. I forgot, let me see. I forgot what I got. It had like a truffle like cream thingy, like, and also like pistachio cream and stuff like that. And it was like meat, like it was like a fancy meat too. It was like an Italian restaurant, like, or Italian sandwich shop with all these fancy Italian ingredients and shit like that. Like it was really good, and the sandwiches were really big, but still, like, damn, I really paid this much for these sandwiches. Okay, guys, it is 2 in the morning. I don't know, should I feel like I don't even really have that much to keep going on about, honestly. When I went out with my date, we wanted sushi. I didn't know how much it was. Oh, like all you can eat. Oh, yeah, no, shit, dude. You gotta prepare your wallet for that. Those ones are always expensive. Yeah, no, expensive. And then you gotta add tip on top of that. Because I used to I used to be like such a big foodie like last year. Like I would like me like I would like constantly go out with my dates to like different restaurants that I haven't tried, like be going around. I like tried most every fucking restaurant in Chinatown at this point in my city. And like yeah, so like I used to constantly go to like sushi and Korean barbecue, but because like prices have gotten so bad when it comes to all you can eat dinners, I haven't been because like genuinely it's so expensive. And I feel like all the restaurants nowadays that used to do like all these all you can eats, they've really like, how are you gonna raise your prices and your food quality like like got worse. Like these people like they raise their prices, but like I feel like the quality of all you can eat buffet, like not even not buffets, but like all you can eat like Korean barbecue sushi, especially sushi, this quality has been getting worse and worse. And albeit like I don't live necessarily like by the ocean, which is probably why like like I give them some benefit of the doubt, like you can't keep sushi like that like amazing because like we don't live right by the ocean like that. But like don't raise your prices to these ridiculous prices if the taste is going to be worse than like the other times I've had it. That's why I've like just stopped really eating at like all you can eat sushi for like a bit because I was just like that shit just pissed me off. Like I'm not paying like $50 to $60 a person for sushi that isn't even that good. I want my like I want my, if like I'm gonna be paying a lot for like food, I need it to be worth it. I need the experience to be worth it, you know? I think the most expensive meal, I think I still consider it was pretty worth it. The most expensive meal I had was this really fancy hot pot place. I think I paid, what was it, 200, 300 a person? Yeah, little crazy, but it was a special occasion, so. And it was pretty damn good. We had like I think we had like a truffle, it was something something truffle, something something lobster, blah blah blah. But yeah, hot pot is always good. Yeah, I agree. I haven't had hot pot in a minute. because like lately like all I've been having is a bunch of fucking Korean food, because I feel like Korean food is one of like the only like nighttime Asian foods that are like really open, like when it's like late at night, when I'm usually, my fucking night owl ass is usually awake. Oh yeah, truffle is so good though. I really do like truffle. I don't know. I've been getting so sick of it because I've been eating it like so often the last past week. Like bitch, like I've been eating budae jjigae, like tofu soup, like beef tofu soup, like fucking like samgyeopsal. Like bitch, you might as well fucking put me in fucking Squid Game. Like bitch, I'm basically becoming Korean at this point. No, no, Fleshy, don't feel bad. It's okay. I enjoy having more things to talk about, honestly. I don't even feel that tired, which is why I'm just like, I don't know if I should like keep streaming for a little bit longer or if I should just turn over, because I don't want it to go too long. But like rubs chin. Like no, it's okay. Deserve it. Like guys, like I'm gonna tell you right now, I made sure I got my pre-stream nap today. Like I napped, it was good. It's all good. Yesterday I had to actually end stream earlier than I anticipated because I wanted to stream through the night, like how I'm doing right now. Like I wanted to stream later throughout the night, but I had to end early because I was like, I ended up at 1 a.m. because I was legit so tired. I didn't nap and I woke up like early as fuck like yesterday. So I was just like, oh my god, like it kind of sucks because like I feel like I get like best people like after like they're done with work, that can tune in like around like later at night, so VTuber Squid Game. Actually, like, there's so many people that do VTuber Squid Games, like, or like people that played like Roblox, like Crab Game. You guys know that game, Crab Game, which is basically Squid Game, like the actual PC Steam game version. But I never played that with a big group of VTubers. Yeah, I don't know. Like, there's only one time I collabed with like a big VTuber collab for a game like that, and I don't know if I don't know. I felt very out of place, if that makes sense. So I don't know. Like for me, I personally like when it comes to collabs, I like being more one on one with the people I collab with, being able to have meaningful conversations. Because with bigger collabs, like there's so many people talking at once, right? That's hard for you to like really take the spotlight and stuff like that, like connect with people. I prefer having smaller group collabs if like they're group collabs or one on one collabs to that versus like big collabs like that. I mean, it makes sense though, right? Because like big collabs like that only happen every once in a while for a reason. Um, Unfortunately, I do not have open DMs on Discord. I purposely chose to close them, and that I don't accept any DMs or friend requests from people on Discord. Like, I love y'all as viewers, and I love my regulars. Don't get me wrong, but I put that boundary because I want to have boundaries with my viewers. I guess because like I know for the most part people are chill, but like there are obviously weird people in the VTuber community. Like I just like to be like on my guard at all times, I guess. Especially because I actually know like personally friends that have had a lot of really bad experiences with some people in their community and like taking advantage of like, not having boundaries when it comes to that. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you understand, Plushy. But like, yeah, like so that kind of stuff, like I definitely want to make sure like I'm on top of that. Like people know, like I mean I have rules and stuff, but obviously people don't read them sometimes. But like, yeah, no. And like, like I make it so clear. Like let's like say it on Twitter all the time. Like I'm not looking for like a VTuber boyfriend. God forbid a VTuber boyfriend. Like I'm not trying to look for that, but like like even though I state that explicitly multiple times, there are still people that are actively like. This is not you guys, by the way. This is not even at you guys. This is like people like I expressed that boundary multiple times, like on my Twitter to like some like VTubers, and I get some guys that still are not so subtly hinting at like being interested in me, and it's like it's a very it's like a very like uncomfortable experience. And like even like to this day, like luckily it's not like a regular everyday thing. If it was like a regular everyday thing, definitely like people would be banned by now. But I'm sure like you guys can understand like there's like quite a bit of people that like obviously don't read through rules. So I occasionally get people that are like like, okay, I can handle like a little bit of teasing, but sometimes people like there are like some guys that'll come in here like because I understand that a lot of like femme VTubers, for the most part, they're okay like with like their chat being like super mean, like bullying them. But to me, like as some, maybe it's like maybe it's me, like I get like very easily irritable, but like when people are like especially like very very mean to me randomly in my chat and like I don't even really know them or talk to them, I take that the wrong way and I put it in my rules that like I don't really like hardcore like bullying teasing like that. I don't like it, but people still do it. Like I don't know, like even if you explicitly state stuff like that, people will still fuck with you. Like what the fuck? Especially on Twitch. Yeah, no. I think the only time where I had like I mean, I'm still like a small streamer, so luckily I haven't dealt with anything too terrible, but um I do have I have heard of like a scary tale actually that my friend told me of like basically like there's another like she's not even really that big as an indie, but like I guess it's like still bigger than me. I have a indie VTuber mutual, and they actually like have like a very parasocial fan, and they went to. You guys are probably gonna be like, "Oh, brother!" As soon as I say this, and yeah, the same mutual was posted unfortunately on VTuber forums, on those forum sites, and let's just say they said some very vile things that they would like to do to said mutual, and she doesn't even know. Like people are saying this type of stuff about her, what they want to do to her. It's like my friend, she was like so petrified after what she read about what like people were trying to like saying they wanted to do to her, that like she didn't even tell me explicitly what it was because she didn't want to relive it. I was like, holy fuck. And that kind of stuff is the reason why like I never entertain like straight up like I'm straight up like I never like entertain like like being a girlfriend experience or saying like I want like a blah 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 blah, you know what I mean? And like I make it like very clear that like bitch, I mean you could already take a look at me or like listen to the way I talk, you probably already tell that obviously like I'm a pretty experienced person. Like I make it a thing that I like pretty know that I'm pretty comfortable expressing like my sexuality and like stuff like that and being personable with you guys, showing my face. But there are some very, weird VTuber fans, obviously that like because like thing is like if I like straight up lie, like say like because they're obviously people like that bait that kind of stuff, like and you know what, you do you, like people can do whatever they want, like whatever pays the bills, you do you, girl, get that check. But like yeah, like you just gotta understand the risk that comes with it. I don't think I could do that. Like, I don't know. I like especially like people that like for VTuber fans that like the reason I like put that like I'm comfortable expressing my sexuality, you would think that like that should be like a regular thing, right? But like some VTubers take advantage of the fact that like some of these fans that pay more, they're lonely, and they like well, even though, like, whether or not your version shouldn't matter in a relationship, some people obviously are very conservative in their views, like, and they want a very pure person. And they, to the point where they kind of fetishize it or like make it, oh, I was like, oh, I can't even get into depth. It's just like basically, like, I don't know. I don't know. Wanting, like, projecting, like, I just basically set boundaries to, like, stop people from projecting any fantasies on me, basically, is what I'm overall trying to say. Yeah, no, I know a lot of streamers do that, but personally, me, I make sure to, like, let it clear what my boundaries are because, yeah, like, I don't want people to project any sort of fantasy, like, about me. Like, I want to get it clear, like, I'm not here to entertain any of that. Yeah, like, yeah, like I don't want that to happen to me. Like, honestly, like, and if that filters out away to some like potential contenders for like giving me a fat check, so be it. Because honestly, like I want to say I curate you guys. Like I'm still a very nice person, but I want to curate like an audience. People that like actually like me for me. I don't want people to like only like be a fan of me just because like they like I fit a certain fantasy for them, or they're projecting a fantasy on me, or projecting something that I'm not onto me. I want people to be a fan of me because they just like who I am. like who I am, like as a personality. Like I have a cute VTuber model, yes, like this is my style, bitch, but like, you know, you gotta like me first. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad you get me. You get me, Fletcher. You get me, dude. But yeah, that's like something like I think that's something like me and my VTuber friends have like a lot in common. Yeah, even like with other VTubers, like I always gotta be on my toes, you know what I mean? I only have like make like very select, very good friends that I know are like trustworthy or cool. Because time and time again, if you guys are familiar in VTuber Twitter, if you know, you know, like there's a lot of drama that goes on within this community and like, you know, I mean, what's to expect? These are like a bunch of like, because a lot of like VTubers
You're
are
hot.
very. Thank you so
I
much for
love
the follow.
you.
You're so hot and sexy. Thank you. Yeah, like you can tell that there are a lot of VTubers that actually do are pretty chronically online. I mean, they're VTubers. Like, I want to like bitch like raise his hand. Like, I am a victim. Like, we're all chronically online. But obviously, there are some people that are more chronically online than most. Is what I'll say, and they don't really have that much social interaction or like social. How do I say this? Like ineptness, I guess some people have. And like, you know, some people like if they haven't experienced any like big like some people love turning like their shit into drama because it also gets them attention because another sad and I mean it goes in with any like entertainment space when it goes into like VTubing and stuff like that. There are obviously going to be some people that are also like, you know, unfortunately people that like will kiss your ass and like not want genuine friendships with you because like they just want to climb onto people, like they want people genuinely want to like social climb like cloud chase just to get bigger on their own, or like people that like, you know, will like start drama just so they can get attention on them and stuff like that and like victimize themselves and stuff like that. And I don't know, like that kind of crazy stuff. I mean, it happens in like a lot of spaces, but I feel like some people are so like blinded, like I don't know, like some people forget that like some even like bigger VTubers at the end of the day we're still human, and like some people like forget that like, you know, I guess that like VTubers at the end of the day we're still people too, and so I don't know. There's like and like I don't know. Like it's the same with people. You just really can't trust anyone. Like even though their VTuber persona is cute, they got a cute ass model and everything. Like bitch, that's really the devil. Like bitch, that's really the devil. Right? They do bring on like a lot of interesting people. Yeah, actually, guys, I'm planning on like releasing a video probably soon. Well, recently reached 1,000 followers, so maybe I should. I'll make it on YouTube. But I'm gonna, if any of you guys are ever interested in becoming VTubers, I'm planning on hopefully releasing a video about like what I personally experienced going through being a VTuber. I've been a VTuber for almost a year now, because I debuted in the end of March last year, so I've been a VTuber for almost a year now. That's crazy how fast time flies by. But anyways, besides the point, I was planning on releasing a video talking about like what to know before going into VTubing and how VTubing, like the reality of it is, I guess, from my experience as like a smaller indie, like going into it, like because I personally feel like my growth was pretty honestly pretty organic. Like I'm like bitch, I'm not even that crazy high in follower count anyways, so but I still want to think that I still am doing like pretty well for myself, you know. So but yeah, I'm planning hopefully to release that kind of video soon. Editing and stuff like that. I gotta edit some of my clips from like yesterday's stream too, because that shit was funny as fuck, y'all. That shit was funny as fuck. I gotta edit some of it down and like post it on like TikTok, YouTube Shorts, or something like that. Probably on Twitter too. It was so funny, guys. I mean, since CapCut is back, I can easily do it now. Thank God. CapCut's still on my computer. I never uninstalled it. Thank God I didn't. Thank God I didn't uninstall TikTok too, because guys, if you like uninstalled TikTok, apparently it's like it's not on even on the App Store anymore still. Even though like they're letting it like you can still like peruse through it. It's apparently not on the App Store anymore. And so no, it's okay, Fleshy. It's okay. If you have other stuff to do, that's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But like on the App Store, like like yeah, TikTok's not there anymore, apparently. I don't know. That's what I heard. And like some people legit listed their fucking phones. Like even the shittiest phone, like even the shittiest phone. If you had TikTok on their phone, there's people like that are selling their phones for up to like $20,000 to $50,000 just because they have TikTok on their phone. Like, bitch, what? Acting like it's a fucking Flappy Bird moment. Like, at least Flappy Bird you can play. TikTok, if it was still down, what the fuck are you gonna do, bro? Like, that shit is so scummy. Like, dude, if there's a special place in hell for a special kind of group of people, it would be scalpers, bro. It would be scalpers. Scalping ruined this society as a whole. Like, scalping ruined our society, bro. Scalping ruined our society. When it comes to concert going, visiting, like watching your favorite artists, scalping ruined that experience for all of us. And because of that, like so many like lower class people like how I grew up growing up, like that's why I never went to any concert, because concert going is so expensive, especially nowadays. Like, why is seeing like a favorite like a K-pop artist like $800 up? Like, that's ridiculous. Am I right? But yeah. All right, guys. Okay, I'm gonna be okay. It is almost 2:30. I think I'm actually gonna turn over because babes, like, I don't even know what I'm like talking about, like the most random shit now. Because why am I talking about fucking scalping and ticket prices now? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, guys. So for tomorrow's stream, I'm probably going to be gaming for the most part. I might also just do a Zatsudan and a just chatting stream like this as well. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But this type of ASMR read-alongs to Diary Wimpy Kid, Dork Diaries, old childhood throwback type of books like this, I do this type of streams every single week. So if it's something you guys are interested in, please be sure to tune into the next one. In the upcoming weekend, I stream every single weekend. I don't really have schedules published because like I like never really have anything in mind. Like you guys already kind of like can tell like I kind of just stream whatever I'm in the mood to, but my schedule I feel like is pretty consistent. I only pretty much stream on like the weekends, so. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna be streaming again tomorrow around the same time, around probably like 9 or 10 p.m. So please tune in whenever you guys are able to. If you guys can, I'd really appreciate seeing you guys there. I'd really love to say hi to you guys again and talk to you guys. It's been such a fun night, and I really appreciate you guys for here to hear me reading for Diary of a Kid. It's very, very fun. And thank you, Fletchy. I hope you have a good night too, as well. I hope you're having a fun time. I don't know where you are. I'm assuming you're in a store of some kind since you guys are buying stuff, but I hope you're having fun, you and your friends. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna turn over. First, before anything, let's find someone cool, hot, and sexy to raid. Let's see. Alright. Let me see. Good night, NEIRU. Thank you, Pablo. Thank you. Good night to you as well. Alright, besties. We are going to be rating Ryu LW, another VTuber. Just such a beautiful, like I want to say like space inspired model. I'm literally like looking through her. I think she's playing some Phasmophobia. So if you guys want to tune into a horror stream, then this is the stream for you. But yeah, take care, guys. Be sure to tune in. I'm going to also be streaming again tomorrow. I'm not sure what yet, but I'll be posting it on Twitter. Be sure to keep updated on my Twitter and my my Discord if you guys haven't joined any of those yet. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Be sure to stay hydrated. I hope both sides of your guys' pillows are cold tonight when you go to sleep. And I'll see you guys later. Bye, y'all. Bye-bye.